never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Settle in for a Monday. Yeah, I know. Boy, those weekends go so fast. Cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, so welcome into a Monday, 13th of June. Already rolling toward mid-month. How about that? Now, what a night. 75 degrees outside the secret bunker at this hour. No, we're not talking in Central Florida. We're talking Southwest Ohio. The heat's beginning to build in. Next couple of days, our local forecast. Heat index going to feel like 100-plus degrees. Of course, for many out there, you've been dealing with those triple-digit real field temperatures for days on end already. The heat wave continues in the Southwest. Dangerous temperatures for some. So I flip over to the weather watches, advisories. We've got heat advisories extending all the way into northern Illinois. So literally from northern Illinois to the Gulf Coast today. That's heat advisories. So we're talking much of Nebraska, even portions of South Dakota, pretty much all of Illinois, Missouri, much of western Indiana, western Kentucky, Tennessee, and again, all the way to the Gulf Coast. The red flag warnings, excessive heat warnings continue out toward the Four Corners region. Just how hot has it been? Well, let's start right there. Since early in the month here, early June, large portions of the central and eastern states have actually been enjoying some rather seasonable conditions. But that comfortable weather will be a distant memory here in the forthcoming days as a big, intense warm-up is on the way for a large swath of the country this week. A major atmospheric feature shifts position as the jet stream lifts north, this large heat dome that's been kind of stuck in the southwest, western Texas, and the southwestern portions of the country for much of last week. It's continuing to shift north and east. Last week we saw a large chunk of the country amidst unseasonable heat, high temperatures shattering records in southwestern portions of the country. If you go back 1 week ago today, Monday through Wednesday, highs 10 to 20 degrees above normal. It was July-type air, enveloping areas from the plains to the Midwest, even parts of the East Coast. Chicago, St. Louis, even cities as far east as Charlotte and Raleigh, North Carolina, will all be flirting with record high temperatures and triple-digit readings several days in a row this week. Now, let's start with our Monday here. Anywhere from Wichita, Kansas to Kansas City, Missouri, some of the worst of the heat that this week's going to have to offer. High temperatures in both of those cities typically top out of the middle 80s this time of year. But later today, both are going to top out within a degree or two of 100. By Tuesday, the heat's going to be peaking in places like Chicago to Indianapolis. Highs would typically be about 80 for those locations. Both of those cities will skyrocket just shy of 100 degrees. The heat on Tuesday will sizzle across the entire greater Chicago metro. Areas closest to the Lake Michigan shoreline may end up with a few degrees cooler temperatures than those areas further inland. At Chicago's O'Hare International, one of the official weather reporting locations for the area, highs are forecast to reach 99 degrees. The last time O'Hare recorded a day with temperatures higher than 99 in the month of June was 10 years ago, back in 2012, when the temperature actually did hit the century mark. Now, if Chicago records a temperature of 100 or more at all, it typically doesn't occur until probably the middle of July, so we're a bit ahead of schedule. Tuesday's high temperature for the city could flirt with that triple-digit benchmark, could become one of the top 2 or 3 earliest readings of all time. Now, like Chicago, St. Louis, is a relative stranger to temperatures in the triple digits. Since 2018, the city's recorded a total of only 3 days with the mercury hitting 100 or more. It looks like this week, St. Louis forecast to record highs of 100 or more Monday, Tuesday, maybe even Wednesday. If so, this would match the total number of 100-degree days again since 2018. Outside the Midwest, Tuesday set to be generally the hottest day this week for a large portion of the southeastern USA. Charlotte, North Carolina, forecast to top out at 101 Tuesday. That would break a decades-old record. By Wednesday, the core of the heat will slowly slide further east. Any relief's going to be limited to the central states, while much of the plains will remain upwards of 10 degrees above normal through midweek here. The shift in the ultimate eastward expansion of the heat Wednesday then begins to put places like Cleveland and Pittsburgh fully in the mix to bake under some of the worst heat this week. Both of those cities are really flirting with record high temperatures come midweek. Probably going to be a good 15 degrees above average here for mid-June. Now, even the overnight hours when temperatures are expected to drop to the daily minimum, it's going to be a secret danger to residents during a heat wave when the air temperatures remain at elevated levels as people go to sleep. Additional strain on the heart can occur as the body tries to regulate your internal temperature. Now, that phenomenon is particularly pronounced in some of the highly urbanized areas. They call it the urban heat island effect. Now, heat's going to linger across many areas of the affected states, probably through the end of the week. The extreme heat of the heat will begin to temper somewhat for the second half of the week. Finally, by late this week, a cold front will trim back the heat and bring some relief to portions of the Midwest and the Great Lakes. Meanwhile, on the northern fringe, just as the case was last week, where the heat was confined much further to the south, along that northern fringe, we have some severe weather. We've got some stronger storms impacting, in particular, South Dakota tonight. Flip over and see, we've had this one particular cell has been prompting tornado warnings for several hours now. Matter of fact, as I refresh things, this is central South Dakota. I have not seen yet any confirmation, but as I mentioned, for several hours, this one particular cell has been prompting tornado warnings for county after county. So again, this warning is for Stanley County and Lyman County, both of those central South Dakota. According to the National Weather Service there, it's about 8 miles north of Vivian. This particular cell moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So radar indicated circulation, possible tornado, and throughout several hours, this storm has been producing many reports of golf ball size hail in the mix. So heads up in South Dakota tonight. Meanwhile, elsewhere around the country, what do we see? Not a whole lot of precip. For eastern portions of the country, we do still have a few lingering showers. We saw these storms building up with the daytime heating through parts of Ohio. So still some scattered shower activity starting just to the east of Fort Wayne, on over into northwestern Ohio, a larger area, about halfway between Columbus and Wheeling, West Virginia, still dropping some heavy rain. They're not producing anything as far as severe thunderstorms, though. Got a few showers over into west central PA, then another cluster of showers, the easternmost reaches of Pennsylvania and southern portions of New York, all the action north of New York City direct. But relatively speaking, most of the eastern half of the country is pretty quiet at this hour. All right, we'll take a look back over the weekend where we had multiple reports of severe hail and tornadoes logged in the Central Plains. A remarkable 5-inch hail report, larger than the size of grapefruit, was observed in Beatrice, Nebraska. Just to the northeast of Beatrice, softball-size hail was also reported. I mean, incredible, which just goes to show the lift in the atmosphere is incredible with some of those stronger thunderstorm cells. As I said, we'll get more in-depth on that coming up here. One thing that had crossed my mind as I was looking at these advisories with the excessive heat that we've seen in the Southwest, Texas continues to bake, and we're seeing such a much larger, expansive area of heat advisories. Now, they've been telling us for several months concerns about the power grid. Came across a memo from 9-Star Connect. This is, I guess, one of the providers in the state of Indiana, if I'm not mistaken. It says, important message to 9-Star Electric members. Last month, the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, an independent nonprofit organization responsible for operating the electric grid in the middle portions of the U.S., stretching from Canada to the Gulf of Mexico, issued that warning, informing all electric companies of the possibility of rolling blackouts in the region this summer, caused by a shortage of energy capacity during the peak usage times. Why is this important for me? Well, with abnormally high temperatures forecast for Indiana during the week of June 13, here it is, June 13 coming on as we speak. It is, quote, highly likely that energy usage will be greatly above normal and potentially create a shortage of electricity during peak usage. If that shortage is too great, the grid system could collapse, creating wide-scale outages that could last for many hours or days, similar to what occurred in Texas a couple of winters ago or in New York City several years ago. Unfortunately, unlike storm events that take down local power lines, these types of outages are beyond the control of 9-Star Connect's ability to restore power in a timely manner. What can you do about this? Well, first of all, continue to monitor announcements from 9-Star Connect's social media feeds, along with announcements from the system operator. For the most up-to-date information, consider cutting back on your energy usage during the peak usage times. Typically, that starts from like 2 in the afternoon till 8 in the evening on any given day, Monday through Friday. Set your air conditioner thermostats maybe a couple of degrees higher. Put off running things like dishwashers, clothes dryers, pool pumps, and other non-essential electric devices during this period. If you have a medical condition that requires electricity, please make sure you have a backup plan in the event of a large-scale blackout event. Again, 9-Star Connect, that advisory that went out a couple of days ago anticipating this heat wave, which is going, again, such an expansive heat wave. The grid is going to be under a high stress situation for much of this week. Thought it'd be worth sharing that information with you. Underway, it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, overnightdriveradio.com on your Android, your iPhone, any listening device. And of course, good to have our friends with TNC Radio.live on board this Monday morning as well. As we get the new week started, their Houston headquarters location there, they've been sweltering for a full week now. Let's see who we got checking in out of the box. Richard from Central Florida jumps in via YouTube this early Monday morning. Let's see, Roy's on board. Philly Dan, morning, Steve. Seems like certain food prices are slowly going down at the Walmart in my neighborhood. I'm just kind of wondering, is it just here, or have you noticed? Honestly, I hadn't really noticed prices changing, but hey, maybe we'll dig into that a little bit. By the way, Richard said 78 degrees, so we're not quite as warm, but just a few degrees cooler than they are in central Florida at this hour. Hello to Randolph on board. Morning, Mr. Sommers. I'm heading to Waterbury, Connecticut, and a PA delivery. Tonight, I'm in Perrysburg, Ohio. All right, safe travels out there. Gerald, outside here in Cape Girardeau, it feels like 93 degrees right now. God bless all the drivers out there. Safe travels. God bless you, Steve, my buddy, as well. Thank you very much, Gerald. Hello to Larry this early Monday. Good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. Tank is on board. Happy Monday. A hot, muggy 88 degrees at this hour in Memphis, Tennessee. Wow. All right, Rockpick, Rochester, New York, checking in. Happy Monday. Stay safe, enjoy. 73 on the eastern side of Hamilton County. There's Pappy on board, working OT, midnight to 0400. Let's go. All right, there's Deborah. Morning, Steve. Hoping everybody had a great weekend, even though it rained a bit. Everybody be safe out there, especially my special driver, the Woodpecker, who's heading to Michigan tonight. Happy Monday. There you go. Safe travels, Woodpecker. How about gas prices, Joe? The DEF problems are getting to be bigger problems. Oh, boy. Hey, Buckeye Boy checking in from just outside of Camden, New Jersey, where we've got 68 degrees. It was a good ride up from Georgia, although I did see several dead deer on the side of the road, and I saw a motorcyclist was killed after hitting a deer near my hometown of Cold Grove, Ohio. Very sad. Everybody be on the lookout for Bambi. Anyway, doing my delivery in Camden in the morning, then it's off to Sharon, Massachusetts. So I got to get up early. I'll be catching the podcast later on Monday. Everybody have a great night. And be careful out there. Chad on board. Chad saying, hey, from the highest point in Ohio. Bellefontaine. It's humid and quiet for now, anyway. All right. Our number, 844-844-3388. Captain Rudd says you're not on TNC radio currently. Okay, I wonder if they've got some issues going there. All right, copy in the mail. Chevy Guy, good to have you with us. Let's see. Terry crossing the border, Port Huron, Michigan. Heading toward Menominee Falls, Wisconsin for Tuesday morning. We've got 50 degrees. Let's see. Happy belated back on the road to Eskimo Mom. Everybody be safe out there. Good to hear from our Canadian friend Terry there. All right, again, it's 844-844-3388. Lots to update you on as we get the new week underway. Trust you had a good weekend. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I mentioned the memo there from 9 Star Connect, that's part of the Midwest. Obviously, with the heat wave, which has been enveloping much of Texas all of last week. Looking at some of the reports, start taking down to San Antonio. The recent heat wave has many people concerned about whether the Texas grid can keep up with the demand as we head into summer. San Antonio already seen record-breaking temperatures, and all signs point to a hotter than average summer. Triple-digit temperatures across the state have already put strain on the state's power grid. Last week, they said we're hitting numbers that ordinarily we wouldn't see till sometime in August. That's Ed Hers, energy fellow at the University of Houston. It is putting quite a significant strain on the generating efforts. Now, the grid operator expects a summer peak demand of 77,317 megawatts. In a report last month, he said that we've got more than 91,000 megawatts available to meet that demand. The grid operator, ERCOT, will have to rely on renewable energy this summer to top off the grid. But we do have significant wind and significant solar assets that are contributing. But concerns over enough generation, are they warranted? He said, yes, Texas has less generation now than it did a decade ago. How is that? We're going the wrong direction. We have less of that sort of generation, the natural gas, the coal, hydro, and nuclear plants than we had 12 years ago. That dispatchable fleet, what they call thermal generators that you can turn on and off, has indeed shrunk. So we're obviously relying on wind and solar to shore up the grid. Of course, pointing out some of those plants that went offline last month, causing Texas to ask consumers to conserve energy, set your thermostats at 78 degrees. There were 6 units that tripped off. We had 20,000 megawatts of dispatchable power that wasn't there due to maintenance. Now, while they say they've reported there's going to be enough generation capacity to meet demand, there are still scenarios where rolling blackouts could occur across the state. Weather interruptions or plants having unexpected outages. In other words, you have maintenance or some other part of the grid breaking down. We expect Texas to meet demand this summer with soaring temperatures. The grid's already being tested on a daily basis. Now, somewhere in the 75 to 77,000 megawatts. We only have 63,000 plus out of dispatchable power. So in other words, we need essentially 12,000 megawatts of wind and or solar every day to top us when we're facing a week like we are this week. It's hot. So that's the concerns. More and more reliance on the wind and the solar. All right, rolling toward news break around the country. Who wants to jump on board out of the box? It's 844-844-3388. See who else we got checking in. YouTube and Facebook out there. Let's see who we got. Iowa loves Steve. All right, Colton's on board. Well, hello, young Colton. Summertime's here. School's out. All right, so hi there. You get to stay up late. I know what that's all about. All right, just another day in paradise. I'll assume that's Scotty. Morning, Scott. What's going on? Good to have you with us. Coming up in the world of racing, all right, we were so much looking forward to the Eldora Dream there Saturday night. They got a number of the qualifying, actually they got all the racing until they got to the main event Saturday night, which was going to be the 100-lap feature, $128,000 to win, on top of the $1 million that was divvied out there Thursday night. But Mother Nature had other plans. The heavens opened up, the rain. So they got, I believe, 14 laps of that 100-lap main event in. That was it. And typically you'd postpone a race to the following day, but I think they were looking at the excessive amount of rain they had seen that they'd never be able to get the track back in shape for say like a Sunday, where they could have gone out and tried to get things underway this past morning. So they have rescheduled the Eldora Dream for September. Now, September, that's the next big event there at Eldora. I believe it's the World 100, another high-dollar pay event. So they'll reschedule that. That's going to be on a Wednesday night. So they'll run the Dream on a Wednesday night, then I guess go into the regular World Week there in September, 8th, 9th, 10th, something like that. So the $128,000 to win race will be tagged on to that event later this year in September again. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
Authorities arrested 31 members of the hate group Patriot Front near an Idaho Pride event Saturday. Coeur d'Alene Police Chief Lee White.
There was at least one smoke grenade. There was multiple shields. They were all wearing hats.
Senate negotiators announced a bipartisan framework Sunday on gun control. President Biden, in a statement, said it doesn't go far enough, but it's a start. 20 senators, including 10 Republicans, released a statement calling for passage. The proposal includes support for state crisis intervention orders, funding for school safety resources, an enhanced review process for buyers under the age of 21, and penalties for those that purchase guns for somebody else. The legislation also includes a red flag provision, with the government getting the ability to temporarily take guns away from people they say is a danger. Thanks for listening. We are USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. you'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
What else in the world of motorsports? NASCAR was at Sonoma Raceway this past day. Last year's Sonoma winner Kyle Larson would lead the field to the green flag and go on to win Stage 1. Chase Elliott would inherit the lead after Stage 1 and go on to give Team Hendrick the honors of being the first team to lead 100,000 miles in the NASCAR Cup Series. Problems would occur for Elliott on his final pit stop of stage number 2. When leaving his pit stall, the left rear wheel was not tight and caught, however, the team would retighten the wheel when the nose of his car was outside the pit box, which was a penalty. So Elliott would restart the final stage 34th, ending the race in 8th place. Daniel Suarez led 47 of 110 laps and went on to become the first Mexican-born driver to win in the NASCAR Cup Series. Chris Buescher will finish second, followed by Michael McDowell, Kevin Harvick, and Austin Cindric, winding out the top 5. In IndyCar racing action, Joseph Newgarden has 1 million reasons to smile after Sunday's race at Road America. Newgarden would win the 55-lap race, but it was the circuit that had Newgarden all smiles. Winning at Road America, Newgarden would earn 1 million people ready for good challenge bonus. So the bonus rewards the first driver to win on all 3 types of circuits. That'd be road course, street circuit, and oval track in the year 2022. 500,000 of that will go to Team Penske, and 500,000 will then go to Newgarden's chosen charities. So congratulations there to Newgarden, that $1 million bonus, first to win on all 3 different types of circuits here in the year 2022. All right, I see our friend Norman checking in from north central Kansas. So we got some big storms moving through. All right, so I did a quick check there. You pulled up the radar. You ain't kidding there. Anywhere from starting about down along I-70 in Ellis to Hayes, Kansas. From there, going northward, heavy-duty thunderstorms from there all the way up to, say, Hill City there in Kansas. So that'll definitely be slowing you down in your travels there. All right, Double Trucker checking in. Good morning, all. I'm fueling in the Lodi, 68 degrees. Then heading back to Western New York. Good to have you on board. Who else here? There's Bill. Hey, Steve, remember when Soros and Obama's army was taking over Seattle? Yeah, they called that the Summer of Love, remember? You know, they were shown passing out ARs and ammo out of the trunk of cars. Wonder what the background check was like. Yeah, well, good question there, yeah. What background check? Now, speaking of which, I guess they just announced this past day, they've come up with some sort of a, quote, bipartisan agreement. A group of 20 senators, including 10 Republicans. New gun control measures. Just exactly what will be included in that. All right, we've got the details, so we'll break that down for you coming up. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Let's get to the Red Mule. Happy Monday.
Steve, just to prove that the Red Mule does have a little bit of self-discipline, I'm going to bite my tongue and I'm not going to comment on your NASCAR report. So, hey, Steve, I just got up about an hour and a half ago. I'm going to be driving for a while. I need you to do me a favor. Can you get online and go to my Amazon account and order up that new book by Pete Hegseth so I can get it ordered? Can you do that for me?
What's it called?
Well, it's called Battle for the American Mind or something to that effect. And, you know, they've been touting that thing. I hadn't been paying much attention. And I just got on Mark Levin. And, you know, sometimes old Levin's pretty good and sometimes, you know, he's not worth listening to. But, man, that interview between he and Pete Hegseth, that was classic, Steve. If you get a chance to listen to that sometime during the day, Hegseth's got some eye-opening stuff in there that I hadn't considered. And so I want to go ahead and get that book of his. So, hey, Steve, if I can do a couple of personal notes here. Got a pleasant surprise the other day when I was at the Home 20. Got my mail, and my insurance is expired next month, and they renewed my insurance. This is sponsor that used to have Progressive Insurance. Guess what, Steve? They didn't increase my premium this year.
Really?
Yeah. Now, with all the inflation going on, wouldn't you expect them to try and take advantage of that and increase my premium?
You'd certainly think. Yes.
I looked at that and I looked at that and I said, that ain't right. It's the same price and it's still better than what Oida was quoting me. Man, I wish you'd get them back as a sponsor because I think she'll come on there and put in a good word for them. So, hey, Steve, changing the subject, still on a personal note. Now, recollect, what was it, last week you were talking about all these court settlements that people were getting for all these weird court things.
Yes.
And you had the gal in there with the RV that sued the insurance company because she got up and, she sat down cruise control and went back and wrecked the RV. Recollect that one?
I do, yes. All right.
Well, actually, Steve, I have done that myself. Now, back in '93, don't I sound like an old timer? I had that old Volvo, and my neighbor about 5 houses up, school teacher, nice guy, but not the type of guy that, had any, well, he lived a sheltered life, Steve, let's put it that way. He decided he wanted to go trailer trucking with me. So I was headed to Illinois, so I took him with me. Now, old timers will remember, I-80 back then had a couple of spots in there where the ruts were so deep, you could set the cruise control, take your hands off the wheel. The one I know I measured, it was about 8.5 miles, I think. So we were going across there, and he and I were chatting about something. And I said, well, I don't remember what we were talking about, but anyhow, I had something related to it back in the bunk. And I said, well, I got that back in the bunk. I said, if you go back, never mind, I'll do it. And I had the cruise on. I just got up and walked back and picked up whatever it was I wanted. His eyes got about 1.5 inches in diameter, It was, it was an eye-opening experience for him all the way around, Steve, because next day he asked me, he said, is that gun loaded? I said, Al, an unloaded gun ain't much good, is it? So it was a different experience for him. So, hey, Steve, did you catch that Joe Biden spoke the truth about something the other day?
Spoke the truth? No, I must have missed that. What'd he say?
Well, I think it was accidental, and I'm sure he didn't know what he said. But he said that part of the supply problems we're having in this country is because the just-in-time system is broken down.
Yeah.
Now, like I say, I don't think he knew what he was talking about, but I think there's a bunch of truth in that, don't you?
We've talked about the just-in-time system for how many years? I guess it's decades now, ain't it?
Yeah, it's been a long time. Steve, this here scoundrel heat wave, I think he snookered me the other day. Now, you recollect Thursday morning I was chasing him across New Mexico? Recollect we was talking about that?
You was gonna help him get up the top of the hill so we can go down the other side, yeah.
Yeah. I chased that boy across New Mexico. I chased him across Arizona. The next day, I chased him down to Las Vegas. I never could catch him, Steve. I get a little upset. I put this used engine in my truck last year. Been running a lot better, and I couldn't catch that yellow truck. But I figured it out, Steve. He told me he's driving a yellow truck. I think he's driving that yellow Camaro. I don't think he stopped and picked up that yellow truck. What do you think?
All right, yeah. Thought he said he was in the Camaro, didn't he?
Yeah, he'd kind of do something like that. 2 more comments, Steve, if I could. Now, we talked about Joe Biden. Now, let's talk about advertising a minute, positive and negative. Old Joe Biden likes to wear them aviator sunglasses, and I got a pair of them myself, prescription and everything, but I don't like to wear them outside the truck or away from my house because people might think I'm imitating Joe Biden. So do you think that the sales of aviator sunglasses have gone down since Joe Biden started wearing them?
That would be a fair question.
Now, let me ask you another question here. I read that what's her name, Danica Patrick, was getting her implants removed. Do you think the sale of implants has gone down since then?
I don't think so.
All right. Catch you later, Steve.
Have a good morning. You got it. Thank you very much. Red Mule. And we're looking at 12 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back on a Monday, where we leave off here. All right, new gun control. New proposals, including incentives for states to pass so-called red flag laws, increased investments in school safety programs, and a longer review process for adults under the age of 21 purchasing firearms. Today, we're announcing a common-sense bipartisan proposal to protect America's children, keep the schools safe, and reduce the threat of violence, says this group of senators in a joint statement this past day. Families are scared, and it's our duty to come together and get something done that will help restore their sense of safety and security in their communities. Now, this is kind of short of the proposals supported by the president to either outright ban certain rifles or raise the minimum age to purchase to 21. This proposal instead imposes what they call an enhanced review system, enhanced review process for gun buyers under the age of 21 that requires an investigative period to review a potential buyer's juvenile and mental health records. I think that's something most all of us would be in support of. Our plan increases needed mental health resources, improves school safety and support for students, and helps ensure dangerous criminals and those who are adjudicated as mentally ill cannot purchase weapons. Well, at least legally. Most importantly, our plan saves lives while protecting the constitutional rights of law-abiding Americans. In addition to the longer review process for those under 21, the Senate proposal also calls for an incentive for states and tribal authorities to pass laws allowing authorities to seize firearms from individuals whom a court determines pose a danger to themselves or others. That would be the red flag laws. All right, they've got the names of the 20 senators. I mean, I'm not going to go through all those. The 10 Republican senators means the proposal stands a very strong likelihood of passing if all the Democrats and independents also back the proposal. In addition to the incentives for state to pass red flag laws and longer review for gun buyers under the age of 21, the proposal also describes more support for mental health resources, more funding for school safety resources, more strictly defines federal firearms licensing requirement, and cracks down on people who straw purchase or traffic guns. Not clear from the minimal language of the proposal whether the increased resources for school safety might include something like providing armed security or possibly arming or training staff at the schools. This proposal did not include any sort of a magazine capacity limit, despite the president's calls for a ban on so-called high-capacity magazines. Obviously, it does not do everything I think is needed, but it reflects important steps in the right direction, according to the president in a statement from the White House this past afternoon. With this bipartisan support, there's no excuses for delay and no reason why it should not quickly move through the Senate and the House. Each day that passes, more children are killed in this country, and the sooner it comes to my desk, the sooner I can sign it, and the sooner we can implement these measures to save lives. Now, the actual language of the proposal has not yet been finalized, but it sounds like as soon as they get that done, Schumer brings it to the Senate floor, and they'll vote. A Senate vote will probably take place quickly. I mean, based on that, it sounds like it's pretty commonsensical. Nothing extreme. You're not taking away the constitutional right of the 18 to 21-year-olds, but you are doing a more thorough investigation, which I think we've all been saying for so long. With each incident where an individual commits a heinous act, and then 3 days later, we're all looking back saying, this kid had all kinds of mental health issues. How did we miss that? All right, so maybe a step in the right direction. All right, Grump is on board. I'm almost at the news break there, but maybe when we come back, first out of the box for hour number 2, he has some thoughts in regards to the Second Amendment. I saw a story you shared, though, a couple days ago here, Grump, which I had not seen that yet. The National Park Service announcing that Yellowstone National Park's Mount Doan will be renamed First Peoples Mountain. Announcing last Thursday, this change was taken to remove an offensive name from America's first national park. The Board on Geographic Names voted unanimously, 15-0, affirming the decision. This particular mountain stands at 10,551 feet east of Yellowstone Lake. The mountain was previously named after an explorer by the name of Gustavus Dohn. Born in Illinois in 1840, grew up in California, attended the University of Pacific at Santa Clara, before enlisting in the California 100, a federal volunteer unit absorbed by the 2nd Massachusetts Volunteer Cavalry. After attaining the rank of sergeant by 1864, he resigned to accept a commission as lieutenant with the 1st Regiment, Mississippi Marine Brigade. After the Civil War, Dohn was appointed mayor in Yazoo City, Mississippi, 1867. A year later, he applied for a commission with the Army and was appointed 2nd lieutenant in the 2nd U.S. Cavalry. For the next 24 years, Dohn served with that regiment, attaining the rank of captain in 1884, participated in the Sioux War of 1876, the Nez Perce War of 1877, and the Apache Campaign of 1886. Toward the end of his life, unsuccessfully attempted to gain the superintendency of Yellowstone National Park and influence widespread Army acceptance for his invention, the Dohn Centennial Tent. All right, so somewhere down the line, I guess that was found to be offensive, right? I guess it was what? Obviously, it had to do with the Indian campaign, the number of Indians that were killed, right? And with that, it's news break time, though, top of the hour, and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. I think what the Grump was pointing out, the fact that, do you guys, these people just looking for something to make much ado about. How did he put it? Why don't all you crybaby bunch of woke a-holes invent something to bitch about? How about doing something meaningful and maybe change the name of the Democrat Party to Idiots Effing Up America? Something meaningful, right? It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
Authorities arrested 31 members of the hate group Patriot Front near an Idaho Pride event Saturday. Coeur d'Alene Police Chief Lee White.
There was at least one smoking grenade. There was multiple shields. They were all wearing hats.
Senate negotiators announced a bipartisan framework Sunday on gun control. President Biden, in a statement, said it doesn't go far enough, but it's a start. 20 senators, including 10 Republicans, released a statement calling for passage. The proposal includes support for state crisis intervention orders, funding for school safety resources, an enhanced review process for buyers under the age of 21, and penalties for those that purchase guns for somebody else. The legislation also includes a red flag provision, with the government getting the ability to temporarily take guns away from people they say is a danger. Thanks for listening. We are USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
A dangerous setup of hot temperatures and high dew points will mean millions of Americans from the Ohio Valley to the Gulf Coast will be in store for an unbearable heat wave during the upcoming week. Folks in California, Nevada, and Arizona will receive blistering temperatures well into the triple digits. The National Weather Service says these temperatures out west could be life-threatening. If you're traveling, be sure to take water for you and your passengers. President Biden on Saturday said he was offering federal assistance for New Mexico as it faces a wildfire burning since April. The fire began with a prescribed burn that was set by the U.S. Forest Service. However, the burn spread out of control, destroying hundreds of homes across 500 square miles.
The overwhelming human instinct is you run away from a fire, not into it. And the only thing that protects firefighters is more firefighters. The only thing, more firefighters. And I just wanted to say that at the outset because you have my indebted gratitude.
USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
19 million Americans tuned in to the first January 6 made-for-TV show. The committee failed to show all events and only selected a few to make public. The mostly partisan group will continue Monday. Most Republicans remember Nancy Pelosi removed Republicans from the panel, making this clear what it is. Republican Representative Ralph Norman from South Carolina told Newsmax that the televised January 6 hearings are a complete disaster for Democrats, as it's being seen as a distraction to the suffering Americans are feeling every day due to White House policies.
What this hearing shows is that, and I'm glad Americans are tuning in, because this is a hearing that kicked off two of the Republican witnesses. You're supposed to have the minority witnesses and the majority. Jim Jordan and Jim Banks were kicked off. Secondly, it does not highlight the real facts of what happened in that President Trump issued the orders for the National Guard to be released should Nancy Pelosi and the Sergeant of Arms of the House and Senate agree to it, and they didn't do it. They left the nation's capital open. They left the politicians who were there open for the things that happened. So it didn't have to happen, but it's a sham of a hearing. And I think Americans are getting a front row seat on what a sham it is.
Jurassic World Domination is the #1 movie in the country, earning an estimated $143.4 million over the weekend. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, what else in the mix here? Of course, we saw severe weather slamming much of the central states in recent weeks. One round after another round, hail the size of softballs, isolated tornadoes. And here we go, another week, and forecasters anticipate more of the same. Looking over the weekend, Saturday evening, multiple reports of severe hail and tornadoes logged in the Central Plains. As we mentioned last hour, 5-inch hail reports, larger than a grapefruit, in Beatrice, Nebraska. There was a trained spotter reported a brief tornado touchdown near Blue Springs, Nebraska, followed by another tornado report near Waymore, Nebraska. Funnel clouds spotted near North Bend, Nebraska, Saturday afternoon. Additional storms Further southeast, several severe storms and tornado warnings were issued just east of downtown Kansas City, Missouri, which prompted a ground stop at the nearby airport north of the city. Those threats continued to expand on into Sunday. Two separate areas saw severe weather. Plenty of heat in place and moisture readily available for storms to form. Looks like yesterday afternoon, golf ball size hail reports near Holt, Minnesota, about 50 miles south of the Manitoba border. This past evening, baseball size hail reported near Alvin, Wyoming, in the northeast part of the state. Additional thunderstorms continued to rumble across the Midwest, stretching from Illinois to portions of Pennsylvania, even the Mid-Atlantic and North Carolina. Now, most of those stayed below severe limits, but some of the stronger storms were producing some hail and damaging wind gusts. All right, as this bulge in the jet stream continues to expand across the central states, looks like the severe thunderstorm threat will continue to fire along the northern periphery, bringing severe storms to portions of the Dakotas. Residents like in Rapid City, South Dakota, Bismarck, North Dakota, all going to need to monitor conditions during the afternoon hours. Here as we head into Monday, it's a similar setup that's led to an intense line of storms. We could even possibly see a derecho development. And now predicting those sort of events ahead of time is pretty complicated. Either way, though, clusters of storms may form along the edge of that heat by later on this afternoon and evening and bring hail and more wind damage. Of course, we could even be looking at severe weather continuing in the overnight hours. Forecasters urging those in the threat areas later on Monday night to have multiple ways to receive your severe weather warnings. Make sure your electronics are on full volume and charged ahead of time in the event of a power outage. Later this week, additional severe weather may be possible as that bulge in the jet stream slides further east. All right. Back on a Monday, it is 844-844-3388. How was your weekend, Grump, first of all?
What you doing, man?
Settling in for a Monday, yes.
Yeah, I was looking at all that woke stuff, and Don, losing his name off the, out in Yellowstone. I thought that was kind of stupid. They, it's just like they just can't let things alone. I don't know. It just, I think the guy did from what I've read on some of the stuff that he's done, he did a lot of good helping Indians also, but hell, you'll never hear that. But anyway, it is what it is. So Danica's getting her implants removed, huh?
Apparently, yeah. Several people have told me that.
And that little heifer told me them things was real. Damn. But but anyway, yeah, it's this bill that they're trying to muster up right now. Everything's on the table, but it always is it always looks good until it hits committee, and that's where all the evil takes place. And that's kind of got me thinking here. That's where you'll see the implementation of the magazines, the 5, no more than a 5-round magazine, that kind of thing. I think that's going to show up in committee. And, right now Republicans are about as damn lily-livered as you can get. They, especially about gun control and things right now, they're going to be giving in because they want to, sweep the House and the Senate when it comes, midterms comes around, which, like this economy and stuff is not bad, bad enough for them. But, there was a reason the founders put shall not be infringed in the Second Amendment. The legal terminology dating all the way back for the last 260 years of shall was always meant to be be something that is in the future, and it's a reference to the future. And infringe, that just, they had that in there for a reason, so it wouldn't be denied. I mean, they you know, a lot of people wanted to put denied, and you know, your rights of gun rights will not be denied. And the founders said, no, let's don't do that. Let's have shall not be infringed. And infringed means that they cannot be encroached upon. There cannot be limited. You cannot, the government can't call you up and say, all you get's a .22 rifle. That's it. And that's what would have happened if it was denied, because they're not going to deny you the right to a gun, to a weapon, but they can also dictate exactly what weapon that you have. So in the Constitution, when the founders was arguing about the Second Amendment, they, you know, in the federal, I was listening to it today on several of the Federalist papers there. I got on my, you know, just on book tape, but they, you know, they discussed it, you know, shall not be infringed. And I thought that was some of the genius that was behind our Constitution. And, you know, 247 years ago, 48 years ago now, but, you know, but in the last 233 years that the Supreme Court's been in session, you know, it's went in front of the Supreme Court a number of times, and they've always reaffirmed the right of the people to own and bear arms. And I don't see a damn thing wrong with people owning and bearing whatever they need. I mean, you know, I don't want to see somebody with a, you know, a damn Gatling gun or something like that, or a 50 cal sitting up on top of their pickup truck or something like that. But it's, the states could have alleviated a lot of these issues, because under the, you know, under the states' rights, they can limit the type of guns. You see it all the time, whether it's a concealed carry state or whether it's a right to bear arms state, or not bear arms, but an open carry state. And they could have limited a lot of that. They could have said, hey, if you got a whacked out kid, he don't get a damn gun. You know, that wouldn't have been outside the realm of the state's rights. But here we're going to see something federally. And I think, Steve, right now, before it's over, it's not going to be anything at all that's good for the American gun owner. It's, you know, Joe Biden and that bunch of morons would, you know, they would really love to take the guns out of the American people's hands. And it, you know, they're like, it's like speed limiters. You know, they know who in the hell's having accidents. They know who's causing accidents. They know the trucking companies that are you know, blowing through damn construction zones and things like that. But yet, in order for them to keep the campaign contributions coming in, they're like, well, hell, let's just put speed limiters on everybody. You know, it's going to be a fight in the Supreme Court over that. But, you know, just as an example over the gun issue. But it's, you know, I seen where Michael Moore, here that moron was again. You know, he's like, sometimes I think he's got his arm up Joe Biden's ass, moving his mouth like a puppet, because they sound just alike. And it's, you know, he started that crap again about, well, you know, hey, nobody needs to have a gun. You know, well, why has he got 6 armed security agents wherever he goes? You know, probably because he's too damn stupid to carry a gun. Number one, he'd probably shoot himself in the foot if he had one, you know, to protect himself. He's another moron that said that we needed to pay at least 80% of our income needs to go for taxes. For what freaking reason? You know, and it's, I just read this article here, Matthew McConaughey, you know, he was talking again, you know, well, hey, you know, this is what needs to happen 30 years. You know, I don't mind watching movies, you know, and seeing somebody up on the big screen and stuff like that. But if I was sitting in a restaurant with them, I'd never open my mouth to them, because they don't mean anything to me. You know, watching a movie is one thing, but I don't give a rat's ass about their politics or about what they have to say. You know, it's like, hell, let's stop the presses and listen to what Matthew McConaughey has to say. You know, he's probably a good guy. I don't know, you know, or what Michael Moore has to say. But I don't care what they have to say. I mean, hell, common sense, you know, goes a long way when it comes to, you know, who can own firearms. But the one thing that government will never be is is a group that has any kind of common sense. They never have. You know, if you want something screwed up, let government get a hold of it. I guarantee you they'll screw it up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the Democrats has always thought that this, you know, the Constitution is just a living, breathing document. You know, that whoever's in office, meaning them, that they ought to be able to conform to, you know, change the amendments to whatever, you know, whichever way the wind blows. It's like their immigration. You know, nobody wants to enforce immigration laws. It's I don't know, man. I tell you, we need to give Washington a good enema and get rid of that crap that's there. Just flush it and start all over again. Now, since I said that, somebody'd probably be going, "Wow, he's a threat." You know, let's take away his weapon. You know, or something like that. Well, I'm gonna buy another one tomorrow. I think just you know, just out of, you know, the goodness of my heart. But it's, you know, it just snowballs, Steve. It never ends. It never ends. It's you know, like I said, once it gets into committee, you know, he's going to throw this in there. She's going to throw that in there.
Right.
I'm not going to vote on it unless this is in there. Joe Biden's not going to sign it unless that's in there. And everybody's going to be going, "Wow, look at them little kids, you know, that died." Well, it's horrible, but they're going to politicize those children. They're going to put their wants ahead of what should have happened to begin with. It took a good guy with a gun to stop a bad guy with a gun. And why in the hell is it that our property taxes just continue to go up to support school sports and everything else under the sun, but you never see a damn thing in there about a support of an armed security agent there on the school campuses? You never see it. You know, and that's part of Joe Biden's bill from years ago, where he, you know, in that gun bill that they tried passing. Well, let's don't have any on school grounds. Well, wonderful. You know, now what we got, the people with guns is in there killing kids, and it's absolutely ridiculous. But you know, they for my money, get the guns out of the nuts' hands. Number one, I don't see a damn reason why an 18-year-old should be buying a gun unless he's in the military. Number one, I don't see why an 18-year-old should be buying a gun without parents' permission. If the parent was up there signing for that weapon saying, "Yep, I'll take full responsibility," and the gun dealer sitting there pointing at him saying, "Well, okay, you take full responsibility. You know, you're going to allow you're going to buy this gun. You're going to be responsible party for it. But if that kid shoots somebody with that damn gun, your ass is going to jail too." How many guns do you think would go right back on the shelf and he'd say, like, "Well, let's rethink this when he turns 21. He can do it himself." You know, it's or whatever. I mean, you know, there's a lot of strings that can be attached to that does not infringe on my rights or somebody like Gouger's rights or somebody else's rights. You know, that's responsible gun owners. And you know, I carry a gun with me everywhere. I'll be open to that. You know, hell, even when I'm off, you know, out of the truck and I'm in my car, I got a concealed carry permit. You know, there's one on me everywhere. I would rather, you know, exercise my right to protect myself, which is basically what I'm doing, and my family, as opposed to have somebody like Joe Biden say, no, you know, get rid of it. Hell, look at Heller, you know, you know, in Washington, D.C. versus Heller. It was, the thing about Heller was, they said, yeah, you can own a weapon, and you can keep it in your home in Washington, D.C., but it's got to be dismantled. In the parks, it's got to be strung out all over the freaking house. You know, okay, a burglar breaks in. Like, hang on, buddy. Let me run around all over hell's half acre here and put my gun together. Then I'm gonna shoot your ass if you ain't out of here. You know, I mean, the only people that gave a damn about that was the homeowners. I mean, they're the ones that were saying, look, you know, I got the right to own a weapon. And that cop just slapped the snot out of that dude in that car. I wonder what he did. But I was going by a cop here. And he just popped this guy. Yeah, he just rattled his head. But you know what I'm saying, man? It's every time the government's going to get involved in this, it's going to drive it further into the ground. And they need to pass meaningful stuff. They need to pass some common sense stuff, but keep it out of the committees. I mean, what they get going forward, I mean, that's what they ought to take to the you know, the bill that ought to go back to Congress. And I just don't see it happening, man. I'm telling you, it's it happens every damn time that they're gonna get in there, and then this one's got to get in there, and that one's got to get in there, and all the gun haters and all them morons is going to be allowed to put their 2 cents in there. And it's always this gang of 8 or gang of 10 or gang of 20 or something, bunch. Hell, we have representatives from every state. Why don't everybody have a voice in it? It's always, let's turn it over to this group here, this gang of 8 or gang of 10 or whatever, and let that bunch of gun-hating bastards, do their thing, but they won't give up their private security for any reason, so. Anyway, that's my gripe for tonight.
Grump, always good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. There was a Representative Davidson last week, Warren Davidson, that actually co-sponsored a piece of legislation to repeal the Gun-Free School Zones Act from 1990. He believes it's important to let the school districts make their own decisions. If they opt to arm or train staff members to protect the children. Everyone in the country knows we just can't keep sitting by and watching these things happen. Now, he says, in theory, there shouldn't be guns at school. But most importantly, there shouldn't be guns at school that are there to harm the kids. And he makes the point, when I come to work in Congress, we have all kinds of guns. They're there to keep us safe. And after January 6th, they spent far more to keep us safe because the systems they had failed. Now, we've got to look at the schools. This legislation also works with the school choice issue. Because if parents don't like how a school handles security, they could send their children to another school. Now, he does not think proposed ideas for red flag laws or age limits, I don't think those are good ideas. Let's start with the mental health side. He says every single state in America and Washington, D.C. has a law or multiple laws on the books. They have someone adjudicated mentally dangerous, and you take that person into possession, not the weapons, because if it's the person that is dangerous. All right, red flag laws, meanwhile, in his words, they skip due process and cause a person of being mentally dangerous without giving them the right to defend themselves. I don't know if that piece of legislation is going to make any progress. I don't think that was part of the bipartisan Senate discussions that they wrapped up this past day. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Wide open lines on a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. But let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, news break around the corner here. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. You know, Friday morning, technically, I know I shared a story that said we had hit that $5 per gallon mark, national average. First time ever, right? AAA said that the average Saturday, $5. The national average alone increased 19 cents last week alone. All right, Americans typically drive more starting around Memorial Day, so demand is up. Global oil prices are rising. Sanctions against Russia. Limits on refining capacity here in the United States because some refineries shut down during the pandemic. Add it all up, and the cost of filling up is draining more money for our pockets. Highest inflation rate in 40 years. California, as always, checks in with the highest average at $6.43 per gallon. Lowest you'll find in the country is Mississippi, averaging $4.52 per gallon. Now, they try to say, while this is the first time breaking the $5 barrier, it's still not a record when adjusted for inflation. Now, they're saying when gas hit $4.11 a gallon, that was the national average back in 2008. Apparently, I guess this goes to show you how incredible the inflation is. Based on the 2008 dollar value, it would be $5.40 per gallon today. I guess it's possible we could still hit that, right? I hope not, but all right. Quick time out here. News break, and it's 844-844-3388 on a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
Authorities arrested 31 members of the hate group Patriot Front near an Idaho Pride event Saturday. Coeur d'Alene Police Chief Lee White.
There was at least one smoking grenade. There was multiple shields. They were all wearing hats.
Senate negotiators announced a bipartisan framework Sunday on gun control. President Biden, in a statement, said it doesn't go far enough, but it's a start. 20 senators, including 10 Republicans, released a statement calling for passage. The proposal includes support for state crisis intervention orders, funding for school safety resources, an enhanced review process for buyers under the age of 21, and penalties for those that purchase guns for somebody else. The legislation also includes a red flag provision, with the government getting the ability to temporarily take guns away from people they say is a danger. Thanks for listening. We are USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little suggested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, just keeping an eye on this cluster of storms in South Dakota, which continues to prompt tornado warnings in this late night, early morning hour. Weather Service office in Aberdeen, South Dakota. This is a tornado warning for Hand County and Buffalo County. Again, central South Dakota. This is, again, radar-indicated tornado, quarter-size hail, and this cell moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Flat out moving. All right, this particular cluster capable of producing tornadoes and widespread significant wind damage. So, again, central South Dakota, as we've just watched, from one county to the next, just this particular cell. They've seen rotation in this thing for hours as it crosses central South Dakota. All right, came across an interesting piece from a production worker in a refinery on the Gulf of Mexico. He said, a whole lot of truth about gas prices. And for those who say, and nary a day goes by when someone doesn't try to chime in on social media and say, hey, the president doesn't set the price of gas. Pay close attention. All right. You've been lied to by the president and his phony cronies. But let's set the record straight. This will be the truth, so pay attention. Number one, there is enough recoverable crude oil within the continental United States to supply current and projected future demand for 400 plus years. And that's just the oil we know about. It does not account for future discoveries. That is a fact. We do not need to import a single drop of foreign crude oil. The domestic oil industry can easily meet and even surpass domestic demand. We've done it before. We could do it again. Now, the domestic oil industry currently cannot satisfy domestic demand due to oil drilling restrictions imposed by the federal government. That's a fact. The price of everything revolves around oil, and the law of supply versus demand dictates the price of oil. When oil is plentiful, commodities are cheap. When oil is scarce, commodities are more expensive. Right now, domestic oil is scarce, and the price of everything is high because of these restrictions imposed by the federal government. We import foreign oil from countries that drill and produce it much cheaper than we're able to because they do not implement all of these environmental safeguards that we do. Their methods are far more destructive to the environments than ours are. That's a fact. Every year, the federal government leases tracts of land to oil companies so they can explore on it, see if there's oil. If enough oil is found during exploration, the company can then apply for a drilling permit, which allows them to drill a well. If no oil is found during exploration or the amount found is not enough to be profitable, the lease expires without ever being drilled on. Now, leases that are active but not being drilled does not mean that the oil companies are being lazy or they're trying to keep the oil for themselves and whatnot. You've heard all these scenarios. It means they've either explored the lease for oil and found nothing, or maybe found oil, but it's not enough to justify drilling for. It's not Russia's fault, China's fault, or the Ukraine, or India, or Venezuela, or Iran, or any other country's fault as to why everything is expensive right now. It is Joe Biden's fault because he is suppressing the domestic oil industry for political gain. Everything depends on crude oil. But you might not know that if you believe the lies that are being told about oil and the oil industry. We need to wake up, people. We're being destroyed every day. Every day we let the crooks that we have running this country continue running it into the ground. I mean, the facts are the facts. And yes, there was a time when we were energy independent. Now, with the cost of everything going up, I'm not real sure what kind of impact this might have. We've all been talking about food inflation. The food processing corporation, Smithfield Foods, is going to shut down its Vernon, California plant and scale back operations in California, Utah, and Arizona, according to the company announcement last Friday. Smithfield will cease all harvest and processing operations in Vernon, California by early 2023, and at the same time align its hog production system by reducing its sow herd in the western region, according to the press release. Smithfield is taking these steps due to the escalating costs of doing business in California. It is increasingly challenging to operate efficiently there. Smithfield Food spokesperson Jim Monroe, speaking to the Wall Street Journal, we're striving to keep costs down and keep food affordable. Now, owned by Hong Kong-based conglomerate WH Group, Smithfield is the largest pork processor in this country by volume. Like other food businesses nationwide, the company's been hit by a combination of supply chain and labor shortages, the ongoing record-high inflation, the war in Ukraine, a major producer of wheat, which sent grain prices soaring worldwide. Now, because grain is a crucial ingredient in livestock feed, the impending grain shortage also spiked livestock feed prices, increasing the California plant's production costs. Adding salt to economic injury are utility costs in California, which, according to the company's spokesman, are 3.5 times higher per head than those in the 45 other plants run by Smithfield around the country. Furthermore, according to Monroe, California's regulatory environment has made it difficult for the pork processor to do business there. Pointing to Proposition 12, a voter-approved rule back in 2018, which mandated that food processing companies confining pigs and sows must have adequate spaces for the animals to lie down and move around. I recall that well. The regulation effectively rendered confining such animals in smaller stalls unlawful, to the dismay of food processors who pointed out that the regulation would raise food costs and push up production costs. So in addition to closing down the Vernon plant, the company said on Friday that they would look at strategic options to exit its farms in Arizona and California in addition to scaling back their herd in Utah. We are providing transition assistance to all impacted employees, including relocation options to other company facilities and farms, as well as retention incentives to ensure business continuity until early next year. Smithfield also said they'd reached an agreement with the United Food and Commercial Workers International, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, and the International Union of Operating Engineers on shutting down the Vernon plant. We're grateful to our team members in the Western region for their dedication and invaluable contributions to our mission. We will provide financial and other transition assistance to employees impacted by this difficult decision. So the closure of the company, obviously, as food prices continue to rise nationwide, as well as the ongoing baby formula shortage, growing inflation, soaring gas prices, adding to the threats to food security. Another contributor is a worldwide fertilizer shortage, from which here in the United States we are not exempt. Smithfield Foods. Operating costs in California. Rules, regulations. It is 844-844-3388 on a back-to-work Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
If you're out there rolling through South Dakota, another tornado warning. This is now in southeastern and south central South Dakota. Davidson County and Aurora counties. According to the National Weather Service Office, severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage. are located over Aurora Center. Moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So again, they're showing that radar-indicated rotation with these cells. All right, seek shelter. That's the word from the Weather Service office there in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. All right, inflation. Well, what can we have a shortage of next? Well, apparently for the females out there, if you're in search of tampons and other such products, you are finding sparsely stocked shelves and higher prices. Driving the news, popular retailers like CVS and Walgreens, as well as the major manufacturer Procter & Gamble, acknowledged a shortage of tampon and other period products and said they're working to meet consumer demand as soon as possible. Supply chain issues and historically high inflation have affected all manner of goods. Tampon prices are up roughly 10% from a year ago, according to Bloomberg, while the cost of other pads has risen more than 8%. Now, contributing to the rising prices is an uptick in the cost to make the products. Materials that the manufacturers need, things like cotton and plastic, have been in high demand for use in things like personal protective equipment since the onset of the COVID pandemic. Russia's invasion constraining the supply of fertilizer that's needed to grow the cotton. Now, a Procter & Gamble spokesperson, which owns the Tampax and Always brands, blames higher demand on an ad campaign that the company unveiled in July of 2020 with the comedian Amy Schumer. They say since then, retail sales growth has exploded. We understand it's frustrating for consumers when they can't find what they need, but we can assure you this is a temporary situation. All right, ladies, just so you know. What do you say, Chevy Guy? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm about, I don't know, this thing with the sex. I think I couldn't stay there long, but the little bit it started in, it was saying that Liz Cheney had a list of so many Republicans that right in the beginning asked it for amnesty. And I wondered if they put out the names of those Republicans. But as I remember, right after that, I mean, you had Republicans everywhere, disclaiming being a part of this. I think until they figured out that, listen, it didn't shake the Trumpsters. The Trumpsters know that there were Antifa in there. There's video of them pointing out the Antifa busting the windows. We've already seen that this was seeded, and it was allowed to happen by Nancy Pelosi. I mean, the more information we got, like you said, it ain't getting in there. They're not. You still there?
Yeah. I mean, on one side of the building, they were letting them in some parts of the building.
Yes. Oh yeah. That's the one side of the building. On the back side of the building, they opened up the door and they walked in. No issues at all.
Yep.
But the video of them grabbing the police officers, I guarantee you it. Well, I can't guarantee you. Nobody can. But that was Antifa with Trump paraphernalia on. And I just, that's just totally uncharacteristic. There was some Trumpsters in there, young fellows that fell in with the crowd. But I guarantee you're never going to hear the names of the two men that they've already had on the list that were telling people, take the Capitol. One with a bullhorn and a tower, and the other one trying to direct people in, stirring up. So you'll never see that. And on this thing with 18-year-olds with a firearm, I got to disagree with Grump. I'm sorry, I think you can educate an 18-year-old if you're going to put them in the military. Now, you know, hey, when I joined the Navy, I had a weapon in my hand my whole life. So, you know, I shot an M14. It was in Orlando, Florida, so it had a blank in it. They said if we had the real thing in there, it'd shoot right through the wall. So they handed me a 45 caliber, and it ricocheted off the floor, the ceiling, everything, because I didn't, you know, boom, boom, boom. They took the weapon away from me, and I think that's when they marked me down and said, well, there you go, we got another engineer. So I think that right there put me in the engine room. But I tell you what, I remember the days when I'm born in March, so I turned 16 in March. I wanted to drive. Number one, I already had a car lined up, working to get in. I wanted to drive, period. I wanted my license. So I bought my own, driver's training class over the summer. But that lady made us sit there and watch the old Ohio Death on the Highways. Did you ever get a chance to watch them things?
I haven't. I've never seen them, no.
Believe me, it was in the 50s, in the early 60s, and they made the scenario of like two men driving a 57 Ford, stopping for gas, and it was cold, but they rolled the windows up, and they had a hole in the muffler. Well, eventually it fell asleep, and they ran into the back of a semi-truck. Well, in the actual video, it shows them pulling their dead bodies out of the cars. And there's several, I mean, you've seen, pulling bodies out of the cars. It was horrific.
Wow.
At the time. And it was, she said, now, this is what you're facing out there. This is the danger you see. Well, you can still do this with an 18-year-old. I mean, before you got a, 18-year-old, all right, if you want your gun, you have to go through a certain safety course and responsibility, because this is what's going to happen. I mean, you're 18 years old, and you just swing out that gun and start firing. Well, this is what you face, 20 years in jail. Show an 18-year-old girl nude in all four sides and say in 20 years, and then show a 38-year-old woman all four sides with baby stretch marks, maybe a baby belly, and the milk jug's hanging down a little bit. He's saying, now that's what you're going to face when you get out, and you'll be lucky to be able to find a woman like that, because you're not even going to be able to get a job most places with your record. And a felony, you won't be able to have a gun, and you'll also be stuck a minimum wage job trying to build a life at 38 years old.
Right.
Education, just more than just handling the gun, just the responsibility, and there's a possibility that you may never even make it to 38. You may face a murder charge yourself. So there's nothing wrong with education. It's just like me in trucking. I mean, I come out of the Navy. My first trucking job, it was a 6-wheel dump truck with booster brakes, and I delivered driveway limestone. So nobody told me how to drive a booster brake truck. I come up over a hill in Akron, Ohio, a brick road, and I'm coming down that hill. I reach up to hit that brake. It was hard as a rock. I mean, there was no brake. I just kept going down the hill. So like ignorant me, I tried to take my foot off the brake, rev it up, trying to downshift. It didn't downshift. Got in neutral. So I'm still going. So my foot went back on the brake the second time, and I had brakes. I was able to stop. Got educated real quick on booster brakes. Nobody had to tell me that if the brakes ever feel tired as rock, you do something totally against your nature. You lay off the brake, and then you slowly reapply. And they got to learn. People got to learn trucking. They got to learn. These young people ain't like that. But I think where the breakdown was in this situation at the school, a rock holding a door open. Well, listen, if the ventilation in that school was a problem at that time, if you needed a rock, then they needed to let school out and fix the ventilation so these kids could study. Two, every door on a school, every door should be, have a bolt in it. Where, I mean, you cannot even use a gun to blow the lock away. It just, that was the basic right there. And before that, you hear the story where all these people knew this child had a problem. So, and my problem with the red flag laws, and Victor, the blind man, has mentioned it oftentimes. And other things I've read is where, they come and get your firearms. A lot of times, them firearms that they scoop up, some of them belong to your great granddaddy. And then when you get it all cleared up, and you were falsely charged with, and they say, guess what? The guns are gone. They're just absolutely gone. They've destroyed them. Who knows what happened to them? So I'd like to see if they're going this route that there's a guarantee you'll get your property back in the same way, in the same condition as they took them, which is I got a problem with. But what if one day Pappy's called out to do this, and he goes up there and, no, we ain't, we're not going to do this. Well, guess what? The next day you find out that he blowed away his neighbor and all his kids. So, that's a hard one. It's a hard call. I'm against red flag laws. I believe you should be able to face your accuser. But I guess sometimes you just have to, you have to act. But if you just absolutely do this, it shouldn't be more than 24 hours cool down period before they get their gun back, unless they can face their accuser, where their accuser can actually bring evidence.
I'm sure
against them.
Pappy could explain that there's that red flag laws are rife with potential problems and abuse. The disgruntled spouse or ex-spouse, the disgruntled neighbor. Again, so hey, we got to get our news update though. A little bit behind here on a Monday. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. It is a Monday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
Authorities arrested 31 members of the hate group Patriot Front near an Idaho Pride event Saturday. Coeur d'Alene Police Chief Lee White.
There was at least one smoke grenade. There was multiple shields. They were all wearing hats.
Senate negotiators announced a bipartisan framework Sunday on gun control. President Biden in a statement said it doesn't go far enough, but it's a start. 20 senators, including 10 Republicans, released a statement calling for passage. The proposal includes support for state crisis intervention orders, funding for school safety resources, an enhanced review process for buyers under the age of 21, and penalties for those that purchase guns for somebody else. The legislation also includes a red flag provision, with the government getting the ability to temporarily take guns away from people they say is a danger. Thanks for listening. We are USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
A dangerous setup of hot temperatures and high dew points will mean millions of Americans from the Ohio Valley to the Gulf Coast will be in store for an unbearable heat wave during the upcoming week. Folks in California, Nevada, and Arizona will receive blistering temperatures well into the triple digits. The National Weather Service says these temperatures out west could be life-threatening. If you're traveling, be sure to take water for you and your passengers. President Biden on Saturday said he was offering federal assistance for New Mexico as it faces a wildfire burning since April. The fire began with a prescribed burn that was set by the U.S. Forest Service. However, the burn spread out of control, destroying hundreds of homes across 500 square miles.
The overwhelming human instinct is you run away from a fire, not into it. And the only thing that protects firefighters is more firefighters. The only thing, more firefighters. And I just wanted to say that at the outset because you have my indebted gratitude.
USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
19 million Americans tuned in to the first January 6 made-for-TV show. The committee failed to show all events and only selected a few to make public. The mostly partisan group will continue Monday. Most Republicans remember Nancy Pelosi removed Republicans from the panel, making this clear what it is. Republican Representative Ralph Norman from South Carolina told Newsmax that the televised January 6 hearings are a complete disaster for Democrats, as it's being seen as a distraction to the suffering Americans are feeling every day due to White House policies.
What this hearing shows is that, and I'm glad Americans are tuning in, because this is a hearing that kicked off two of the Republican witnesses. You're supposed to have the minority witnesses and the majority. Jim Jordan and Jim Banks were kicked off. Secondly, it does not highlight the real facts of what happened in that President Trump issued the orders for the National Guard to be released should Nancy Pelosi and the Sergeant of Arms of the House and Senate agree to it, and they didn't do it. They left the nation's capital open. They left the politicians who were there open for the things that happened. So it didn't have to happen, but it's a sham of a hearing. And I think Americans are getting a front row seat on what a sham it is.
Jurassic World Domination is the #1 movie in the country, earning an estimated $143.4 million over the weekend. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
What else in the mix here on a Back to Work Monday? 13th day of June. Well, we're working our way into time zone to time zone. We'll do a quick check. Yeah, if you're gantering toward the heavens and you don't have the cloud cover, yeah, it looks like pretty close to a full moon. Let me see here. When does the calendar say full moon? Technically speaking, yeah, it looks full, but the next full moon Tuesday. So technically tomorrow night. But it will appear full the night before and the night after. Yeah, we're looking at the full strawberry moon. And it's also a supermoon. All right. Full moon shows its face to Earth about once a month. Well, sort of. Most of the time, the full moon isn't perfectly full. We always see the same side of the moon, but part of it is in shadow due to the rotation of the moon. Only when the moon, earth, and sun are perfectly aligned is the moon 100% full. And that's when you have your lunar eclipse. And sometimes, once in a blue moon, the moon's full twice in a month. Or 4 times in a season, whichever you prefer. There you go. Moon shining bright outside the Hotshot Secret bunker this Monday morning. All right, Norman had those storms moving through earlier. Looks like he may have lost power for a bit. Power's back on when worst of the storms. That was those in north central Kansas that were pushing through. Hello to Hired Gun. Heads up, just so everybody's aware. The radio ad for Silver Liberty coins. Those coins are fake. I bought some off a TV ad about 2 years ago. I've still got them. Fake silver coins. Okay. Wasn't aware of that. Yeah, we've got clear lines on a Monday. Monday, yes. Always quiet on Mondays. It's 844-3388. How about those sunsets in the south? This plume of dust we were talking about late last week, the dust from the Sahara Desert, creating picturesque sunsets and sunrises, which will ultimately stretch from Texas to Florida this week, according to forecasters. Thanks to the weather pattern known as the African Easterly Jet, strong low to mid-level winds in the atmosphere over Central Africa. An enormous plume of dust has been airlifted, crossed the Atlantic Ocean. Last week, the satellite imagery from NOAA capturing a robust plume that stretched from the African coast all the way to Cuba, a distance just short of 4,000 miles, they tell us. Now, while the dust was expected to reach the Gulf Coast over the weekend, it may not be all that noticeable until, early this week, when the higher concentration arrives. From southeast Texas to Florida, areas where the dust will be most noticeable, it'll probably cause the sky to appear kind of a milky white during the day. It may be thick enough in a few areas to make the sky look kind of hazy, but for the most part, the dust remains in the mid to upper levels of the atmosphere. Now, typically, the sky appears blue because of the gases that make up the atmosphere naturally scatter the blue hues with shorter wavelengths than, say, yellow, orange, or red. But during the sunrise and sunset, as that light has to pass through more of the atmosphere because of its low angle, that makes the sunrise and sunset more of a yellow or a reddish hue. But according to NOAA, a heavy load of dust in the atmosphere can actually enhance this effect, leading to longer-lasting, duskier colors, causing vivid sunsets and sunrises. About 2 years ago, back in June of 2020, a monstrous Saharan dust cloud, dubbed the Godzilla dust cloud, swept across the Atlantic, bringing one of the most concentrated areas of dusts that scientists had seen in years. According to NASA, each year, winds pick up an estimated, get a load of this, an estimated 100 million tons of dust from the Sahara Desert, and a large amount of that blows across the Atlantic, which can influence, obviously, the weather. The time of year when those dust plumes become more frequent is synchronized with the Atlantic hurricane season. Of course, these dust plumes prevent tropical development. All right. According to NOAA, the dusty air has about 50% less moisture than your typical tropical atmosphere. So very difficult or impossible for tropical systems to develop. There you go. Beautiful sunrises, sunsets on the horizon. We just heard in the news break there, top of the hour, the big three, CBS, NBC, ABC, which switched their regular primetime programming to air that House Select Committee on January 6th. Well, Thursday evening, according to Nielsen ratings, they saw huge ratings decline. ABC, whose fall schedule normally includes Grey's Anatomy at 8 p.m., took in the largest haul of viewers with 4.8 million. NBC and CBS, 3.5 and 3.3 million, respectively. The big three typically average 18 million viewers during prime time. The committee asserting, of course, we know that Trump was the center of the conspiracy to overturn the 2020 election results. So did they say that they're going back with more hearing coverage today? Believe they did. And is the update there at the top of the hour. Mentioning the fact that, yes, Republicans are very well aware that it's a one-sided deal. Republicans on the committee were booted from the... Could you imagine how much different the line of questioning and answers would be if Jim Jordan were actually on this committee? No, silence the right. Silence the right. It is 844-844-3388 with clear lines. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, and then back on a Monday. Get over some of our industry headlines. What do we see here? All right, just around the corner for the 22nd year, the Expedite Expo is on the calendar to bring valuable education and networking opportunities. On Time Media announcing the 2022 Expo will be coming up July 15th and 16th at the Allen County War Memorial Coliseum in Fort Wayne, Indiana this year. Since the beginning, the Expedite Expo, the marketplace for the entire expedite industry, owner-operators, drivers, carriers, exhibitors coming together to network and grow. Every year, I'm blown away by the passion and the talent in this industry, the hard-working men and women determined to get through whatever the industry throws at them. According to the owner of On Time Media, which represents the Expo, this year is a real celebration. These people, America's best drivers, along with carriers and service providers who exhibit, have weathered one of the worst storms we've had to face as an industry. There are still many challenges ahead. All right, free online registration is open now for the Expo. What do we have? A little bit about what's going to be coming up this year. Educational sessions led by industry veterans and experts planned for from 8:30 a.m. till 12 noon on both days of the Expo. John Elliott, the CEO of Taylor, Michigan-based Load One. Ellen Voya, President and CEO of Women in Trucking. Marilyn Serber, the Transportation Advisor for Tulsa, Oklahoma-based 10 Street, scheduled to speak about the state of the trucking industry. 10 a.m. on the 16th. All right, you can go to the website, find the full list of what's going to be going on. There you go. Put that on the calendar, July 15 and 16 again, but it's all about the expedite side of the industry. And rolling up on 24 past the hour. Hey, good morning, Pappy. What's happening?
What's going on, Steve? Did you get my email?
I don't know. Oh, no,
pull
let me
it up,
pull
take
that
a
up.
gander.
Under the heading, look familiar. Yeah, I recognize that building. I recognize that.
Yeah, they needed a supervisor tonight over in the East, Steve, from midnight to 4, so I figured I'd come in and help them out. You know what I'm saying?
Ah, so you're out in your old stomping grounds.
Yeah, hold on just a second. All right, never mind. Yeah, back in the old stomping grounds. Steve, did you hear this? That in the UK, offending somebody might get you arrested now.
Offending somebody? Now, who determines what's offensive and what's not?
Yeah, they're talking about over in Europe, Steve, making it a crime to where you can. They're already investigating people that have offended people, Steve. That's a fact.
Wow.
You know, and they say everything that starts over there comes here, you know. I mean, they're already targeting political opponents, you know. That's the problem I got with the red flag law, Steve. Letting the government decide, you know, if you're mentally stable to have a weapon. I just don't trust the government, Steve. I think they would purposely go after and target their political opponents. That's my personal opinion. Steve, not one of these laws that they're talking about passing is going to stop anything.
What did I tell you last week when I called in? We arrested a juvenile, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was adjudicated a juvenile delinquent, and he was convicted of armed robbery as a juvenile. He's out walking the street with a gun, Steve. So you tell me how finding these juveniles that are adjudicated and considered,
Mm-hmm.
violent or whatnot, how's that going to stop them from getting a gun? It's not, Steve. And most of the juveniles that are determined that way they're all gang members, Steve. If somebody wants to kill someone, Steve, they will do it. If they're determined to do it, they will do it. And if you think you're going to say, you know what, we got a 3-day waiting period before you buy that firearm, they're going to find another means to do it, Steve. Or they'll wait. I'm sorry, it's just my opinion. The number one issue should have been fortifying these schools. And I know they had some of that in there, but that should have been the number one priority, is funding these schools to fortify them and get armed police officers in these schools, not just one.
Mm-hmm.
Most schools only have one. If they're serious about it, they're just pulling the wool over our eyes, Steve, with these so-called new laws.
So what about I mean, they're talking more extensive background checks for the 18 to 21-year-olds. I mean, looking supposedly to go back and get maybe some mental health evaluation. I mean, not everyone that has mental issues might necessarily have any sort of record that you could go back and find, would they?
Man, Steve, you know what? Think of this, Steve. You know, you're going through some tough times in life, maybe not just juveniles, whatever.
Yeah.
Go through a divorce, I don't know, a death, whatever. And you decide to go see a shrink. Right?
Okay.
And you're a registered Republican, Steve. I'm telling you, man, they will use that against you. There's no doubt in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Look at what the White House is doing right now to conservatives. They are politically attacking them. Arresting them, Steve, putting handcuffs on them. If you're a Trump supporter, we're going to put handcuffs on Peter Navarro, Stephen K. Bannon, and who else? What's the major crime in this January 6th? Trespassing, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, that's what we're talking about, seriously. Trespassing. I seen something on Facebook, and I'm not sure if your news did it or if I heard it on the evening news tonight. They arrested a U-Haul full of supposedly white supremacists. And I don't know if they are or not. Who's saying that this is a white supremacist group? They very well may be, okay? But who's designating them white supremacist? Is it the government now? Apparently, they had some shields, one gas canister, and they were heading to a
pride rally,
rally,
right,
or a parade or whatever, to maybe cause problems. Now, if they showed up at this parade and caused problems, and in fact was going to create a riot, they should be arrested. How many Antifa and how many Black Lives Matter people were arrested burning down these cities, Steve? And then if they were arrested, they were walked out the back door and all these charges got dismissed. Why is that? Why couldn't they arrest some of these Antifa people heading to these cities to burn them down before they actually burn them down? Now, if this is, in fact, a white supremacist group, hey, sorry about their luck. But I haven't heard that much about them. I'm gonna have to look into it. Make some phone calls.
I'm looking here, some group known as Patriot Front, which I guess that's the new name. It's supposedly the same group that was involved in the protest in Charlottesville back in 2017 that plowed the vehicle into the crowd.
Saying.
Yeah, okay.
They're not the KKK, and in Charlottesville they were screaming KKK. So I don't know. I'm gonna make a few phone calls. I'm gonna check into it, and if in fact a white supremacist group, then they got what's coming to them.
Mm-hmm.
But if they're not, if they're just one of these, like the Proud Boys, they're not a white supremacist group, Steve. They're just pro-Americans, pro-guns, trying to keep our country from going crazy, crazier than it already is. Some of these groups that showed up at some of the Antifa rallies and burning down cities that were trying to stop this from happening, they're not white supremacist groups. So I'm just curious about this group.
Okay.
If in fact, or is it the news media just saying they are? Because that fits the narrative, Steve. You follow me? Whether they are or not, the news media we're going to label them a white supremacist group anyway, because it fits the narrative. So, all right, man, I went way over the bottom of the hour here on this, Steve. But,
hey, it's a Monday, so yeah, we got plenty of time to
yeah,
fill.
what the hell?
Okay. All right, have a great morning. Right. I'll tell you what I can come up with. Of course, then again, you got to consider your sources. One information you may get from like one of the big three or versus, say, a Newsmax, or see what we can find here. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you on a back-to-work Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
Authorities arrested 31 members of the hate group Patriot Front near an Idaho Pride event Saturday. Coeur d'Alene Police Chief Lee White.
There was at least one smoke grenade. There was multiple shields. They were all wearing hats.
Senate negotiators announced a bipartisan framework Sunday on gun control. President Biden in a statement said it doesn't go far enough, but it's a start. 20 senators, including 10 Republicans, released a statement calling for passage. The proposal includes support for state crisis intervention orders, funding for school safety resources, an enhanced review process for buyers under the age of 21, and penalties for those that purchase guns for somebody else. The legislation also includes a red flag provision, with the government getting the ability to temporarily take guns away from people they say is a danger. Thanks for listening. We are USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, valid point there. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court justices, we talked about the pros and the cons of where you can legally. There are some places, the Protesting Picketing Act, we discussed that last week. How about the Supreme Court justices? Pappy points out, Steve, the day after that suspect, the subject was arrested with the gun in front of Judge Kavanaugh's home. Yet demonstrators were back outside his house. Why weren't they arrested? Clear violation of federal law. No arrest there, though. Now, believe it or not, Bill Maher, the host of Real Time, had a few things to say about that as well. He went after the New York Times for literally burying the headline about the assassination attempt of the Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. Yeah, the story was shared as a teaser directing, you got to go to page A20, buried on the 20th page. Yeah, the big stories running on the front page included the January 6th, the recall of the left-wing San Francisco district attorney, and an update on Russia's invasion of Ukraine and how the word woman is being struck from the abortion debate. But he said earlier this week, of course last week, a man traveling from California to D.C. armed with a gun, a knife, setting out to murder the Supreme Court justice in the hopes of overturning the Roe versus Wade after its Supreme Court draft opinion was leaked. Arrested outside the justice's home, now charged with attempted murder. But the Times kept that story off the front page. Going back Friday night during this panel discussion, he said this is nothing, this is sheer media bias. The New York Times buried this story. Now, if this had been a liberal Supreme Court justice that someone had come to kill, it would have been a front page story. And that's what's so disappointing about a paper like the New York Times, because they wear their bias right there on their sleeves. And it's not part of something that feeds our, if it doesn't feed their narrative, well, screw it. We'll bury it. F it. He then knocked the Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, for his very inflammatory words regarding Kavanaugh, which he suggested actually inspired this guy from California. You know, you've released the whirlwind and you will pay the price, Schumer said. You won't know what hits you if you go forward with these awful decisions. Now, he did credit Schumer for walking back that comment that he made at the time, but yep, if it doesn't fit our narrative, bury it. Industry headlines. What do you see here? The Arizona Trucking Association is calling out the Arizona DOT's recent decision to limit semi-trucks to the right lane of Interstate 10. They said that this attempt at a solution may actually make things worse. No, that never happens. The Arizona Department of Transportation, we shared this last week, announcing the decision to limit trucks to the right lane of I-10 for about a 20-mile stretch, I think it is, between Casa Grande and Phoenix, in an attempt to reduce the number of wrecks along that two-lane stretch of highway. ATA President Anthony Bradley said that despite claims that the two organizations coordinated to come up with the plan, it was less of a collaborative effort than that. I mean, coordinate, that would not be the correct term. They informed us of their decision. We informed them of, frankly, the stupidity of their decision. We asked that if they were going to do this, that they create some space for us to have passing ability. Well, they listened to us and obviously are doing what they believe they needed to do. We need to let them know a lot of these accidents were probably the fault of the speeding cars that are traveling recklessly throughout that corridor. Now, moving all the trucks to the right-hand lane is not going to solve that problem. It's a typical effect. 20% and the other 80% are free to do what they want. You're going to have passenger vehicles in the left lane holding up people. People are going to get frustrated. They're going to have no place to go, and they're going to continue to cause these accidents. In response to that statement, the Arizona DOT said, well, we'll monitor the situation. If there are unintended consequences, we'll make adjustments if need be. All right, heads up this morning, at least for the next few hours. This has been an ongoing, various ramps within the Kennedy interchange. Yeah, what do they call that? The Spaghetti Junction, or what do they have for closed for emergency repairs this morning, as they've been through most of the weekend. According to WLKY out of Louisville, the repairs will include the left lane of I-65 South, which has actually been closed since March, the right lane of East Witherspoon Street, the center and right lane of I-64 East at the 5.4-mile marker. Now, that's been ongoing. Those closures have been ongoing through the weekend. Should be wrapped up about 6 o'clock this morning, a little over 3 hours from now. The repairs, apparently from a steel coil that fell off a semi-truck just south of the Kentucky Bridge there. All right, it's 844-3388. See what's going on with horse feathers this Monday. How was your weekend? Anything special?
Morning, Your Honor. Yeah, not a whole lot. Worked all day Saturday. Slept the other part of the day, so, yeah, kind of short. So today's actually the grandson's 9th birthday, so we had some ice cream cake yesterday for that. So that was a good deal.
Hey, did you ever get your garden plowed and in the ground?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got a little rototilling done and got everything planted there. So you got the lawn mowed a couple times. I don't know. So I'm probably about 2 weeks behind on that right now, though, with the rain we've had this last weekend now. But so anyways, I think the Historical Truck Societies, I think their convention and show, I think that wound up this past weekend out there in Springfield, Illinois. I'm pretty sure it was last week and this past weekend. If I didn't get my dates messed up, good possibility. But the other thing that's coming along here and supposed to start sometime, I believe, next week is they're calling it the Great Race, I believe. And it goes from Warwick, Rhode Island, out to somewhere in either North or South Dakota. And then somewhere along the way, about Thursday next week, they're going to be coming through Ohio there for 2 days. Going to have a layover in Ohio. But it's all these old antique cars that are going to be, from like the brass type cars and other old antique cars. And they're going to be making a week's journey there, going from Warwick, Rhode Island, and out to, as I say, somewhere, one of the Dakotas. I forget whether it's North or South Dakota. And I think I sent you something about that there. But so anyways, it's called the Great Race. So if you're out and about, I'm not sure the routes are taken. I'm thinking they're going to stay more to the state and U.S. highways than the interstates, because they aren't going to be a real fast traveling bunch.
Right.
And so you might get a little hold up, or you might get a little show if you want to sit and watch them go by or whatever. Or if you're in one of their overnight areas there, you could go over and probably check them out, see what's going on with them. But I didn't know if that would be something Hot Shot Secrets should actually kind of investigate into a little bit, and maybe go offer them up some product, see if that product would help their vehicles out some. Because I did make an order myself over the weekend there, so got some Stiction Eliminator and some Gasoline Extreme coming, and I'm in the process of changing the radiator core in the tractor, so I got all the coolant, antifreeze drained out of it, and decided that it didn't look all that healthy, so ordered 4 gallons there from Hot Shot Secret there, about the best price you can find anywhere on antifreeze. So if anybody's looking for antifreeze, the best deal you can get's right there on their website there. And of course, you use the overnight drive. CDL code.
Yep.
You use your CDL code, and they got something special going on. I don't know if if it was just for the weekend, or if it was how long it was supposed to go for. But they got some deal now for shipping that orders at $25 and over get free shipping. I think you put in ship 25 for a code number, and so at the $25 mark now you get free shipping. You don't have to go all the way up to $49.95. So take advantage take advantage of free shipping anytime you can get it there, right?
Absolutely.
So even if you got a smaller order, if somebody else is going to pay to send your product to you with diesel fuel over $6 a gallon, then hey, just go ahead, put it on Chris's nickel to ship it out to you. So and don't forget to get your other stuff there. You know, your overnight drive shirts and T-shirts and hats and all the other swag that you have to be out there promoting the show when you're walking around them truck stops. For all the people that like to walk around truck stops, I haven't figured out who likes to do that, or if they do, why they do. Maybe they could call in and discuss that. Why you like to walk around truck stops? I don't know. I tell you what, I had to stop into one the other day there. Stopped into a Flying J to get fuel. Did it twice last week. I tell you, it's about the worst thing I ever have to do is trying to stop into a Flying J to get fuel. I just despise it anytime I have to even pull in the lot. So I prefer my little fuel stops that I get to use, and I don't know, it just didn't work out right last week. So there you go. I had to play truck driver.
I pulled up the Great Race website. I'm looking here, so I guess it all gets underway next Saturday. Starts off in Rhode Island, and they've got kind of the list of each stop. I guess they have a lunch break each day, and then they list where that is, then where they'll be staying overnight. I guess first night they're staying in Connecticut, Windsor Locks, Connecticut. Then the next night it's Binghamton, New York. Monday the 20th, they'll be in downtown Erie, PA. Tuesday, overnight in Perrysburg, Ohio. Let's see, followed by Lockport, downtown Plainfield, Illinois, Wednesday the 22nd. It's on to Wisconsin Dells, Duluth, Minnesota. And the finish is, Sunday, June the 26th in Fargo, North Dakota is where it all winds up.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you're interested in old cars or seeing old cars, or if you just don't want them to be in your way, at least now you know where they're going to be there. So, but
yeah, as far as Ohio goes, no, it's northern Ohio, so they'll have their lunch break in Medina, Ohio, like north central Ohio. Then the overnight stay Perrysburg. That's all the way up in the northwest corner, up toward Toledo, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not really big on the Ohio geography there, but I know Mount Gilead's supposed to be up there somewhere north of Columbus, and Troy somewhere up there northwest of Columbus.
I mean, based on the map, I'd say Medina, their lunch break there is probably not, it wouldn't be too far of a drive, probably, from Mount Gilead to Medina.
Okay. Well, maybe, as I say, maybe it'd be worth, if somebody's around on, what is that? I think that was a Thursday, wasn't it? Wednesday or a Thursday? That maybe somebody take a lunch break and run some product over there.
Tuesday,
say, hey,
Tuesday at the noon hour in downtown Medina. I'm trying to think back. That I do believe when we had that quarterly meeting up there a few months ago, that the lunch was actually catered in, and it came from a joint in Medina, I think it was, that actually delivered it down there.
Well, yeah, maybe you can pass the information along to Chris and Kyle and Josh or whoever, and
head on up to the Great Race.
Yeah. I'm sure some of that product's got to be good for their vehicles. So, anyways, but I don't know what else we got going for you. Probably not a whole lot. So you were talking about Chuck Schumer there and his statements, and can he be charged with inciting insurrection?
Right.
For
yeah.
Having that shooter come out there, attempted assassin to come, shouldn't he be charged with inciting the insurrection for that? Just thinking off the cuff here, but I think Pappy's kind of right. I think that they get these red flag laws pushed through, they'll be using them for political reasons, and you get a neighbor that's not happy with you, the neighbors will be calling in on other neighbors, and just using that as a way to cause trouble with the neighborhood, and I don't know. I think there's a possibility of more harm than good. I mean, I know we got to try to come up with something, but I don't know. I think it's got to start more within the home, within the family. Somehow or another, we got to get families to be families again and actually interact with each other and know what's going on with each other's family members instead of everybody sitting there with a cell phone. If they all sit at the dinner table, then sit there with facing a cell phone and don't even look at each other. And you want to ask somebody a question, well, you're there across the table. You don't just ask them the question. But I don't know. It's just never going to go back to what it was there, Steve, the way it was when we grew up, But and the kids in the schools today, they have no fear of any repercussion. They don't have that fear of being in trouble in school and then the fear of going home to being in more trouble at home after you've already been in trouble at school, because you'd rather face the trouble at school than have to go home and face what you're going to get there. When you got home, it was going to be twice as bad as it was in school.
Yes, sir.
But that's all neither here nor there. There's now water under the bridge, I guess. So, anyways, I don't know. That's about what we got going for you there. So, other than that, I guess after we get the radiator core put back in the tractor in the tanks, put on the new core and all reinstalled, and get the Hot Shot Secret antifreeze coolant antifreeze put into it there, I guess we'll have to give you an update there how it all turns out there. But other than that, I guess that's about what we got going for you. Looks like we're almost top the hour, so you can get out there and do some news things there and call up the Big Moose and have him get ready to start singing his thing for 3:00. But hey, one last quick thing before we do change the top of the hour. How come gas everywhere in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic is $4.99 a gallon? All my gas stations here in Maryland are $4.99 a gallon. Pennsylvania, all the gas stations I see are $4.99 a gallon. I talked to my relatives up in New York, East, West New York, Central New York's $4.99 a gallon. Massachusetts is $4.99 a gallon. Well, when did all the fuel taxes become the same, Your Honor? I thought Pennsylvania had the highest fuel tax in the nation. How come their gas is $4.99 and gas everywhere else is $4.99?
Somebody's making more than somebody else.
Well, let's just start pondering that for a little bit, and you can go do your 3:00 news break now.
All right, what's going on in the cryptocurrency world? Something's happening. The crypto lending service Celsius announcing this morning that they are pausing withdrawals, citing extreme market conditions. Bitcoin's getting hammered. Ethereum's getting hammered. Binance. I'm not sure exactly what the hell's happening. Let's see. Celsius, the company, announced they would also pause its swap and transfer products, according to a blog post. They did not provide a timeline for resuming withdrawals. Quote, "We are working with a singular focus to protect and preserve assets to meet our obligations to consumers. Our ultimate objective is stabilizing liquidity and restoring withdrawals, swap, and transfers between accounts as quickly as possible. There is a lot of work ahead. As we consider various options, this process will take time and there may be delays," simply said the blog post. That announcement comes on top of Celsius telling their non-accredited investors that they could no longer transfer funds. The company also recently replaced its chief financial officer after their former CFO was arrested by Israeli police last year. The price of Celsius CEL token fell over 50% after the news came out. Company also faced regulatory issues with law enforcement entities issuing cease and desist orders against it. Just something crazy going on in the crypto world early this Monday. And we'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
Authorities arrested 31 members of the hate group Patriot Front near an Idaho Pride event Saturday. Coeur d'Alene Police Chief Lee White.
There was at least one smoke grenade. There was multiple shields. They were all wearing hats.
Senate negotiators announced a bipartisan framework Sunday on gun control. President Biden, in a statement, said it doesn't go far enough, but it's a start. 20 senators, including 10 Republicans, released a statement calling for passage. The proposal includes support for state crisis intervention orders, funding for school safety resources, an enhanced review process for buyers under the age of 21, and penalties for those that purchase guns for somebody else. The legislation also includes a red flag provision, with the government getting the ability to temporarily take guns away from people they say is a danger. Thanks for listening. We are USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
A dangerous setup of hot temperatures and high dew points will mean millions of Americans from the Ohio Valley to the Gulf Coast will be in store for an unbearable heat wave during the upcoming week. Folks in California, Nevada, and Arizona will receive blistering temperatures well into the triple digits. The National Weather Service says these temperatures out west could be life-threatening. If you're traveling, be sure to take water for you and your passengers. President Biden on Saturday said he was offering federal assistance for New Mexico as it faces a wildfire burning since April. The fire began with a prescribed burn that was set by the U.S. Forest Service. However, the burn spread out of control, destroying hundreds of homes across 500 square miles.
The overwhelming human instinct is you run away from a fire, not into it. And the only thing that protects firefighters is more firefighters. The only thing, more firefighters. And I just wanted to say that at the outset because you have my indebted gratitude.
USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
19 million Americans tuned in to the first January 6 made-for-TV show. The committee failed to show all events and only selected a few to make public. The mostly partisan group will continue Monday. Most Republicans remember Nancy Pelosi removed Republicans from the panel, making this clear what it is. Republican Representative Ralph Norman from South Carolina told Newsmax that the televised January 6 hearings are a complete disaster for Democrats, as it's being seen as a distraction to the suffering Americans are feeling every day due to White House policies.
What this hearing shows is that, and I'm glad Americans are tuning in, because this is a hearing that kicked off two of the Republican witnesses. You're supposed to have the minority witnesses and the majority. Jim Jordan and Jim Banks were kicked off. Secondly, it does not highlight the real facts of what happened in that President Trump issued the orders for the National Guard to be released should Nancy Pelosi and the Sergeant of Arms of the House and Senate agree to it, and they didn't do it. They left the nation's capital open. They left the politicians who were there open for the things that happened. So it didn't have to happen, but it's a sham of a hearing. And I think Americans are getting a front row seat on what a sham it is.
Jurassic World Domination is the #1 movie in the country, earning an estimated $143.4 million over the weekend. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
On the West Coast, welcome into a Monday, 13th day of June. Here we go. Looking at some of the numbers here, trying to figure out, I mentioned leading into the news break there, something going up in the crypto markets. I guess it has something to do with the inflation numbers, which weren't good. Go figure. Let me take you first to CoinDesk, where Bitcoin this morning at one point dropped under 25,000. Now, I think it was last Friday morning when I did a quick check, it was still running about 31,000. Now, this says weakness in the macroeconomic environment and systemic risk from within the crypto market. According to the data, the asset has slid for nearly 12 straight weeks, from nearly 49,000 in March to under 25,000. It did show some signs of possibly bottoming out in mid-May, but the inflation data did little to cushion the falling sentiment. The consumer price index the most widely tracked benchmark for inflation, rose 8.6% on a year-over-year basis in the month of May. That was higher than they expected. They thought it would decline to 8.2 after April's 8.3. So, yeah, not only did it not decline, it jumped 0.3 of an additional point. That data has contributed to a significant drop in the Asian markets this Monday morning. Hong Kong's Hang Seng down nearly 3.5%. Japan's Nikkei index down over 3%. India's Sensex dropping 2.4%. Futures for U.S. technology-heavy NASDAQ opening 2% lower. At least that's where things stand now, because we're still several hours from the open. According to the price charts, Bitcoin had strong support at the 29,000 mark. But having fallen below that level now means it could drop to the 2017 near $20,000. Uh-oh, that's not good. All right, some of what's going on. I'll just pull up some of the major indices, see what we can find out this morning. Let's get back to the phones here. Lone Ranger up and at 'em. What's going on? Long time no talk.
Yeah, I've been busy during the day, sleeping at night.
Yes, sir.
Steve, this fiasco, the gun control thing. There's no gun control that's going to stop mass shootings. If you can't buy a gun at the store because you're a felon, of course, the best example there is Hunter Biden. He's a felon. He was able to get a handgun because he just lied on the application. The red flag laws, Horse Feathers was right. That's going to be a tool that people are going to use that don't like each other. And, of course, it's the first step in confiscation, because the red flag laws are not going to stop mass shootings. So they're going to say, well, we tried red flags laws, but we just had another mass shooting, so we got to go one step further. The ultimate goal is confiscation. They're going to do it one step at a time. What I'm curious about is, what about Chicago?
Mm-hmm.
Chicago is the number one problem when it comes to gun crimes, but you don't hear anything about it. Now, how come when Kyle Rittenhouse defended himself with his AR-15 in the summer of 2020, they blamed him? Why didn't they blame the gun? Why wasn't it the gun's fault in that case? Because he was shooting Biden supporters. But in the case of Uvalde, it's the gun's fault. Almost every single one of these mass shooters served notice via social media or otherwise that they were going to do a dastardly deed. They pretty much just told people, I'm going to do it, and they don't follow up. In the case of Uvalde, no gun control would have stopped that. But what would have helped would have been quicker action. His grandmother, first of all, he came from a screwed up, broken family. He was way out there, way weird.
Mm-hmm.
And mother was a druggie, just a total disaster. He used to put cuts on his face for fun or something. This guy's way out there. I mean, when you see somebody doing stuff like that, you got to take a close look at this guy. But anyway, it was 12 minutes from the time he shot his mother in the face, or grandmother, in the face, who was able to actually call the police, even though she was shot in the face, called 911. And then he wrecked his pickup, his $70,000 pickup. And they had 12 minutes to do something about this. Now, if a town that small, I can't imagine it taking more than 12 minutes for cops to show up. So he goes, what would have helped in Uvalde was a locked door. You don't hear anything about that on the news. He walked right, the door would be propped open. Besides being unlocked, it was propped open. one of the teachers had gone outside to get something and propped the door open. He just walked right in. So a locked door would have helped a lot more than any gun control. And the other problem was the police were afraid to go in. Now, the protocol with their training for school shootings is run towards a gunfire. They didn't. In fact, some of the parents were trying to get in, and one woman actually climbed the fence. They tased one of the parents. They handcuffed another one. They wouldn't let the parents go anywhere. They wouldn't go in. They were afraid, cowardly, just like in Parkland. Same thing. The guy hid behind a pole, and police had to come from another town to take out the shooter. And so it took an hour to go in and to take this guy out. And it turned out to be a Border Patrol agent who did it. It wasn't even the local police. They should all be fired, especially the police chief, because he's the one who told them to not go in. So anyway, when the medical examiner examined all the bodies, it turned out that 9 of those children didn't die right away.
Yeah.
They were wounded and they bled to death. So in that hour, if they would have went right in, took the guy out, and attended to the victims, 9 of those children today would
still be alive.
Possibly alive.
Yep.
So this focus on gun control, this is, I mean, how pathetic is it that these politicians use a tragedy like this to push gun control? We've been hearing about this gun control for decades. Mass shootings are not going to stop. We have a mental illness problem in this country with 331 million people. There's bound to be a few wackos. And they always use the Parkland shooting as an example, even though the shooter, Nicholas Cruz, was his own mother called the FBI twice and said she thought he was going to shoot up a school. They investigated twice and said he wasn't a threat. He got examined by the Florida State mental health chief, and she said he was no threat. They want to ban high-capacity magazines. Nicholas Cruz in Parkland had multiple standard 10-round magazines, and he just kept switching them. It takes 2 seconds to switch them. So all this gun control is just a big bunch of crap. It's a political agenda. It's not a solution for anything. Disarming law-abiding citizens does not stop mass shootings. You have to address the root problem, which is mental illness. We've had 18-year-olds buying guns for 200 years. Some high schools used to have rifle classes in high school. It was, it was one of the classes. I mean, not to teach them, but it was like a sport.
Right.
Target shooting.
Exactly.
So how come we didn't have any mass shootings back then when all the kids had access to firearms in the school, but there was no mass shootings? So how could it be the gun's fault? Even the governor of Texas said the same thing. When somebody said, "Oh, you can't let an 18-year-old buy a gun," he said, "Hey, 18-year-olds in the state of Texas have been buying guns for 150 years, but there haven't been mass shootings for 150 years. So apparently, the gun isn't the problem." But then this other thing that's killing me is this dog and pony show at these January 6th hearings. That is nothing but a distraction to cover up the disaster that's in the White House, a nursing home patient posing as a president. A recent Gallup poll showed that 14% of Americans think the country is headed in the right direction. 14%, Steve. That means 86% of the country knows he's a failure, but he's still there. And it's getting to the point, his wife leads him around like a little puppy. I'm waiting for him to put a leash on his neck. Not too long ago, he had a guy dressed up as an Easter bunny telling him what to do. I mean, we are the laughing stock of the world. But all this stuff about the gun control and January 6th hearings are, it's a production. They have a guy from ABC who's running this thing. He's making a production out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And they won't let Republican witnesses, Jim Jordan and another guy had just said on your news, where they weren't allowed to be there. So you've got mostly, well, you have Trump haters.
Exactly.
Entire crew. Even the two rhinos, Cheney and some other one, Kinzinger, I think his name is. They hate Trump. It's all Trump haters. There's people on the committee there that donated to Hillary Clinton. There's people there donated to AOC. How people even pay it? They had 20 million viewers. Who are these 20 million people that want to watch that? How are they so out of touch and not realize it's just a political stunt? We are headed for a recession. Even one of Obama's cabinet members recently said that. We are headed for a recession. It's going to happen. These prices, people cannot pay these prices. This winter is going to be the test. Home heating oil around here is over $5 a gallon. It's supposed to go to $6. That means if you got the standard 275-gallon tank, and around here we got a lot of older homes, and a lot of them are drafty, you can go through a tank a month in the cold winter. $1,600 to fill up your tank that may only last a month. There's people on fixed incomes that don't even get $1,600 a month. I talked to my oil guy recently, and I said, what are these people doing? They don't have this money. What are they doing? He said, they're using credit cards. I said, well, it doesn't take long to max out your credit card when you're spending $1,600 at a time.
Yep.
So we are headed for some really, really rough waters. Now, thank God for the fuel surcharge, because I can't imagine all these kids with their jacked up diesel Dodge pickups, all souped up, with the juice turned up and black smoke. I don't even see them on the highway anymore. They're not even around anymore. I used to see them racing around town with their, juiced up trucks. People are walking to work, riding bicycles to work. Of course, Biden's solution is to just take an extra $60,000 you have laying around and buy an electric car. That's all you got to do. You're good to go. So anyway, it goes on and on and on, and I'm happy I cashed in those stocks, because the stock market is very shaky. And I cashed them in right when Biden got elected, because I could see what was coming. And I hope I'm wrong, but it just doesn't look good. But anyway, just thought I'd check in, and good to hear you. I'm going to listen up for a little while before I go back to sleep. So
yeah,
good to talk to you.
Great to hear from you. Thank you for checking in. Yeah, and based on what the Asian markets this morning, yeah, that's kind of almost a foretelling of. I don't think it's going to be a very pretty Monday, on the markets. Oh yeah, buy your $60,000 electric vehicle and hope the power grid holds up, so you can charge the damn thing. Bloomberg this morning says electricity use soared to an all-time high in Texas amid the searing heat wave. They just toppled levels last seen before the COVID pandemic. With the AC humming across the second most populous state, demand on the power grid topped 74.9 gigawatts at a little before 5 o'clock, surpassing a record set in August of 2019, according to the Electric Reliability Council of Texas that runs the grid. They say the grid is operating normally, nominal. We have ample supplies. 1 gigawatt, though, is enough to power about 200,000 Texas homes. So again, do the math. 74.9 gigawatts, 1 gigawatt equals 200,000 homes. That record, though, underscores the heat and the population growth that is underway in the state of Texas, as tech companies, aerospace, and manufacturing companies flock to the state to take advantage of the low taxes and relatively cheap labor. It's also a harbinger of what's to come this summer, where the state of Texas regularly tops 100 degrees this time of year. Yeah, it's a little early in the season for these temperatures. All right, they had their second hottest May on record. It's particularly remarkable for the region to set a power use record on a weekend. Yes, this happened over the weekend when electricity demand is lower because of all the office buildings and factories that are not open on the weekend. Now, Dallas was forecast to hit 105 yesterday, Houston at 100, Midland 103. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see where things go maybe later today when all those businesses and factories and things that may not be in operation or just partially operational on the weekend begin to fire things up because the heat is still on. It is 844-844-3388. Philip, got you coming up here in just a moment. And back on a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
Authorities arrested 31 members of the hate group Patriot Front near an Idaho Pride event Saturday. Coeur d'Alene Police Chief Lee White.
There was at least one smoke grenade. There was multiple shields. They were all wearing hats.
Senate negotiators announced a bipartisan framework Sunday on gun control. President Biden in a statement said it doesn't go far enough, but it's a start. 20 senators, including 10 Republicans, released a statement calling for passage. The proposal includes support for state crisis intervention orders, funding for school safety resources, an enhanced review process for buyers under the age of 21, and penalties for those that purchase guns for somebody else. The legislation also includes a red flag provision, with the government getting the ability to temporarily take guns away from people they say is a danger. Thanks for listening. We are USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
It's been a while since I've been to the theme park, but how about that? The closest theme park to my home 20 is one of the top in the nation, according to the USA Today 10 Best Reader's Choice Poll. Theme parks around the nation. Top 10, Hershey Park in Hershey, PA. Number 9, Holiday World in Santa Claus, Indiana. Number 8, Six Flags Magic Mountain, Valencia, California. Dollywood at number 7 in Pigeon Forge. Cedar Point in Sandusky, Ohio at number 6. Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay in Tampa, Florida. Busch Gardens, Williamsburg in Williamsburg, Virginia at number 4. There's Kings Island, Mason, Ohio. That's the closest one to my home 20. Number 2, Silver Dollar City in Branson, Missouri. And number 1, SeaWorld in Orlando, Florida. Top 10 according to the USA Today 10 Best Reader's Choice Awards. Hey there, Philip. What's going on?
Hey, bud, how you doing? You doing okay?
I had a good weekend. Short weekend, busy weekend, but you ready to roll?
Yeah, I heard that. Hey, you were talking about SeaWorld. SeaWorld right now, if anybody goes there, they're getting a lot more bang for their buck. They're actually a lot cheaper than the major theme parks down here, and they give you a lot more stuff. If you're into coasters and that kind of stuff, they're giving a lot more. They're giving you a lot more than what the value of their ticket. I mean, yes, they're coming back. SeaWorld is. They're going more for the rides now than they are the animal shows and whatnot. That's all. I mean, they still have some of it, but the rides they're getting a lot more roller coasters. They have a lot more coasters there now, and they're attracting more of that part of the business. So, but yeah, if you're into roller coasters, SeaWorld is and I can tell you right now, they're the value. They're for the amount for what you're going to pay for a ticket and everything. You get a lot more value there than you do at the big guys like where I work at. But it's a totally different deal, though, But it is what it is. I got to ask you a question, Steve, about Hot Shot Secret. Does Chris or any of those guys offer deals where you can put your own deal together? I know, like on the website, they have the package deals with different product that's in with like a package into the deal. But have they ever thought about putting something like that together for, like, per se, Walmart or the places that they sell, their dealers that are out there in the mass, the bigger stores? Have they ever thought about doing that?
As far as there's limited products that are actually carried by, the retailers and whatnot. I guess they could try to put some deals together, like, say the O'Reilly's, which, some stores carry a lot more than others. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. And I understand, too, that, and I know how it is when you work for, when you sell product to these big corporations like Walmart, Home Depot, and different O'Reilly's and Advanced and a lot of these different outfits. They want to get it for nothing and make a profit on it, too. And I understand what the deal is with that. But, like, take, for instance, I'm just a common guy here driving a car. If they had a deal together with an oil treatment, like the transmission restore, the shift restore, and they have the fuel treatment all in one like a package deal, they could put that in like a Walmart or at a Tractor Supply.
Right.
Because there's just a lot of average people out there that are, they're going to the store. They're not going to, per se, buy a lot of stuff for, like, big trucks and whatnot like that. But could you pass that on to Chris, though, and see if they could do something like that?
I sure could.
Because I think it'd be a little bit beneficial to him. I appreciate the website and how he's got everything structured on the website. I mean, it's a lot easier to buy stuff on the website than it is on a lot of the other ones and everything. But getting to the economy, boy, the market is just tanking like crazy. What do you think, Steve?
Like I said, it's not real encouraging seeing the Asian numbers this morning.
Yeah, I mean, it's terrible, and it's all stemming with the fuel and the oil and all that.
Yep. Inflation.
Horse feathers right now down here, 489 is our price down here in Florida right now. Horse feathers, if you want to know, we're not at 499 yet, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be there. What are you guys in Ohio, Steve?
509 in our neck of the woods. 509 broke that $5 barrier last week.
Yep, and I tell you what, it's going to make a lot of people, even like me. I mean, I travel 57 miles to work one way. It's going to make a lot of us, should we keep working where we're working at, And I know there's probably already people that are going through that kind of woe, but it's going to get ugly, I think, before it gets there. Did you hear anything about Russia talking about doing a sea assault on Ukraine from the sea?
I can't say that I've seen anything recently. I saw last week that many of the beaches along Ukraine, they had a really popular tourist destination area, but I guess they put landmines down along the beach or telling people don't go to the beach. They did that because they were anticipating a Russian sea invasion. I think that was early on, though.
Yeah, there's something going around down here about they're talking about going in from the Black Sea, coming in that way and taking it from there, like kind of like a D-Day type thing. If they do something like that, man, I think a lot of these countries are going to probably get involved with it. So we'll just have to see. And I know you're going to get your news off. You're a little late here, so we'll let you go, Steve. You have a good one, buddy.
All right, you got it. Thanks for checking in there, Philip in Florida. It's 844-844-3388. Looking at the headline from the Western Journal, which says TV ratings for the January 6th hearing in. Viewers changed the channel in droves. Yes. Yes, they did. Who wants to watch your dog and pony show, right? See, a clear pattern emerged. Every one of the 3 broadcast networks that aired the hearing ended up with a smaller audience than if they had simply provided their usual news content. We shared some of those numbers earlier, but in the 18 to 49-year-old age group in particular, they were turned off by the substitution of the hearing for the news. Across the networks, an average of 596,000 viewers in that age range watched the hearings. However, typically 996,000 viewers would watch the news on an average night. Tucker Carlson of Fox News, the only major network not to devote their evening to the hearing, said the media allowing itself to be a publicity tool for the hearing is a day that will live in shame in the history of the American news business. Carlson called the hearing an unedited campaign propaganda scripted by the Democrat Party. It was definitely not a hearing. It was a show trial. At a hearing, at a real hearing, dissent is permitted. The other side can speak. Evidence is presented. Evidence is not censored or deceptively edited. That's not allowed in a hearing. You got the media working with the Democrat Party leaders and Joe Biden to distract the American people from the real issue that is stalking this nation, and that is inflation. He accused the media of complicity in a campaign to fool the public, to make you believe that your personal concerns, like the fact that you can't buy food or drive anywhere, or the police won't come because they can't afford gas, that those aren't important matters right now, right? They want to brainwash the American people. All right, there you go. It's 844-844-3388. Back into here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, on the space front there, should have shared that with Philip while he was on the line. I guess failure this past day, the rocket firm Astra space mission. Their mission to send some tiny storm monitoring NASA satellites into orbit failed after the second stage booster engine shut down early. Roughly 10 minutes after a successful liftoff at 1:43 Eastern Time from the launch pad at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station there in Florida, we had a nominal first stage flight. However, the upper stage engine did shut down early, and we did not deliver our payloads to orbit. It was actually carrying two small satellites designed by MIT to measure moisture and precipitation in tropical storm systems. They were supposed to be the first batch of a 6-satellite constellation managed by NASA. The rest of which Astra are also slated to launch in the future. But that mission failure yesterday was the second, Astra's second this year. And that's a name I don't really recognize. Astra is another newcomer trying to get into the launch business, trying to get off the ground with Rocket 3.3, an expendable two-stage vehicle capable of lifting 330 pounds, which that ain't much, is it? That'd be a total of like 15 of those satellites to low Earth orbit. Hey, there you go. So let's see. I guess these are very small satellites. I don't think they were overly expensive, to the tune of billions of dollars, anything like that. Well, with that, it is back to the phones we go. Let's see what's going on with Heat Wave this Monday morning. I believe that's Heat Wave. What's happening?
It's hot.
Oh, yeah?
That's what's happening. Good morning, senor. Oh, goodness. This ain't funny. Someone turned that outside AC unit on and cool it down to a nice even 95. This is ridiculous.
So here you are,
I got into
a little bit before, 1 a.m. there where you are. What are you looking at currently?
Well, right now I've got 87 on the outdoor thermometer.
Wow.
I'm about 25 miles west of Needles. Now, when I got in this morning and turned the key to the accessories, it said it was still 100, between 100 and 101. I mean, good night. And I gave up Phoenix for this? Oh, well. Well, I was only off by about 5 days. I thought Biden was supposed to stop on Tuesday, and he made a stop in New Mexico there on Saturday. It didn't even tour the burn site. He just flew over it, took pictures, and said, yeah, it looks like the moon. Well, no, duh. Of course it looks like the moon. Everything was dry. Everything is ash. And Michelle Lujan Grisham standing there, and of course Biden says, I never could deny her anything. So it's like, all right, was that a gaffe, or was he telling everybody the truth?
Mm-hmm.
Good Lord. Well, Saturday, I come in from Phoenix, and they got all sorts of damn construction going on in Albuquerque right now. So I decided I was going to get around all that by going down to downtown Central, Central Avenue, and well, that was another cluster. You know what? The Alphabet Group apparently had their parade, and the streets, you had to take detours to accommodate them. You know, now, I'm not anti-gay. You want to be gay, fine. You know, just don't, spread it out there saying, I'm gay and here I am, I don't care to know this. I don't care to see the rainbow, or the whatever they call those outfits, the SMX or SMMs or whatever. I don't care to see that out in public. I mean, thank God there weren't no men walking around in assless chaps. That would have been really tacky. But I mean, just live life like you should. If you want to be gay, fine. But don't shove it up in my damn face saying, you must, acknowledge me. You must extend me my rights. I'm sorry. Whenever, I don't know, I'm just out of words on that subject. You know what? You're queer, you're here, okay? I'm straight and I'm late. I want to go home. That's just my message to them. But other than that, I seen someone had a birthday over the weekend. I thought it was Hillbilly Tex, but I guess it was Monkey Gouger, no?
Monkey Gouger, I saw that. Yes, he did.
And I read into the text late, and I'd seen where Pup had said something about happy birthday, and I thought he was talking to Tex, because Tex was playfully calling him names. They were all playfully badgering each other, and I don't know. So I didn't get no response, so I guess I was the meteorite laughing boy out there that everyone was making fun of. But, it's dry in our neck of the woods. We had, I guess about 10% chance of rain from last Wednesday all the way to yesterday. And, well, I guess they got the clouds. I know I seen the clouds when I was there, but so much promise, and just like politics, I promise you this, and all you get is a handful of crapola. We didn't get nothing. So, I don't know. Yeah, there was a line of Teslas. I don't know, I posted on your page there, and, after I had posted that picture, 3 more cars had come in. And I guess the average charge time is about between 30 and 45 minutes, and they only had 4 spots. So I sure hope them people had enough charge to keep their ACs going, because it was hot. I mean, it was a two beer day, and we're not talking little bitty old 12 ounces. I'm talking 32 ounces. It was, whew, Lordy, that was a bit hot. So other than that, I'm heading on down to Bloomington, California, grab a load, come back. Hopefully I can beat the heat and make sure that motel room is nice and comfortable, cool. And you go to these hotels out here, they've got that damn thing set at 78. Well, I guess, it is a 30-degree difference from what outside to inside, but I mean, you don't feel it. All you feel is a room that's got a bunch of hot air getting blown around. And I mean, folks like me, we're going to turn that AC down to as cool as we can get it. So, I mean, there goes your power consumption right there. And at least it's a dry heat. Now, in Texas, most of that state's getting moisture pumped in from the Gulf.
Mm-hmm.
So, you got the heat plus the humidity. I mean, that's just a damn sauna. So
the heat index, the heat, what it really feels like. When you step out the door, it like slaps you in the face.
Yep. Now, I remember when I was in the Air Force and I had come back from Spain, Spain, you would think Europe is on the same, what do they call that, a parallel line, whatever, latitude, longitude, whatever. Anyways, you would think they were about Europe would be down, kind of like about, across from New York. You just go ahead and take the little ferry across the Atlantic, and you're there. No, actually, Europe is a lot higher on the maps than what we're positioned. So when I was in Spain at Zaragoza, I mean, it was desert, it was hot, it was manageable. But when I had come back, let's see, when was it? In September of '88, I stepped off the plane there at Houston. Holy smokes! Exactly, that's what it felt like. It was hot, and it felt like someone hit me with a wet mop. I mean, it was just that bad. But sweating's good for you, so I did a lot of that while I was there. And then you go to New Mexico where it's just hot and dry. So, anyways, I met my brother-in-law. He drives for ABF. I met him over there in Phoenix the other day, and I called my wife and said, "Hey, guess who I met?" And when I told her, she was like, "Oh, God, where do we have to move to get away from my family?" And I says, "Well, we can go to Texas." And she's like, "Yeah, right." And I told her, I says, "Well, I'm going to miss you when I'm gone." So, as you can imagine, I got slapped. Not physically, but verbally.
Right.
So, but other than that, the people over there in New Mexico, they were not happy. They were expecting Biden to come down and take a look at the fires and talk to them, because the aid that was promised is not getting there fast enough. And they were really disappointed that he didn't show up for that. So, politicians, they're in there for themselves. It was a feel-good spot. Well, we'll take care of you. We'll stay here as long as it takes. Well, great. Now, talk about issues that are important to us. When is it going to get here? So. But anyways, I see you're up at the top of the hour, so I'll let you go, Senor. You have yourself a good day, and I think Right Wingnut was wanting to make a call in. I don't know if you want him to call in and have him give his 2 bits about things of the day, but he's been bugging me all day long. So,
okay.
But,
Right Wingnut got something on his mind, huh? All right. Well, yeah, here we are on a Monday. I got our final hour just ahead. Now, speaking of the wildfire, President was there Saturday. He said that the U.S. government will cover 100% of the costs of the wildfire response there. Landed in New Mexico Saturday. Anger and frustration from wildfire survivors as he visited the state to review the efforts to fight their biggest blaze in recorded history, which was started by federal officials. We have a responsibility to help the state recover, he says. All right, so that was pretty much the simple statement. I guess, again, people kind of disappointed that that's all he did. Just, we're going to foot the bill. We'll pay the cost. All right. Win. All right, with that, we get news update, though. Final hour ahead, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
Authorities arrested 31 members of the hate group Patriot Front near an Idaho Pride event Saturday. Coeur d'Alene Police Chief Lee White.
There was at least one smoke grenade. There was multiple shields. They were all wearing hats.
Senate negotiators announced a bipartisan framework Sunday on gun control. President Biden, in a statement, said it doesn't go far enough, but it's a start. 20 senators, including 10 Republicans, released a statement calling for passage. The proposal includes support for state crisis intervention orders, funding for school safety resources, an enhanced review process for buyers under the age of 21, and penalties for those that purchase guns for somebody else. The legislation also includes a red flag provision, with the government getting the ability to temporarily take guns away from people they say is a danger. Thanks for listening. We are USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, Gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $50 at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $50 for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
A dangerous setup of hot temperatures and high dew points will mean millions of Americans from the Ohio Valley to the Gulf Coast will be in store for an unbearable heat wave during the upcoming week. Folks in California, Nevada, and Arizona will receive blistering temperatures well into the triple digits. The National Weather Service says these temperatures out west could be life-threatening. If you're traveling, be sure to take water for you and your passengers. President Biden on Saturday said he was offering federal assistance for New Mexico as it faces a wildfire burning since April. The fire began with a prescribed burn that was set by the U.S. Forest Service. However, the burn spread out of control, destroying hundreds of homes across 500 square miles.
The overwhelming human instinct is you run away from a fire, not into it. And the only thing that protects firefighters is more firefighters. The only thing, more firefighters. And I just wanted to say that at the outset because you have my indebted gratitude.
USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
19 million Americans tuned in to the first January 6 made-for-TV show. The committee failed to show all events and only selected a few to make public. The mostly partisan group will continue Monday. Most Republicans remember Nancy Pelosi removed Republicans from the panel, making this clear what it is. Republican Representative Ralph Norman from South Carolina told Newsmax that the televised January 6 hearings are a complete disaster for Democrats, as it's being seen as a distraction to the suffering Americans are feeling every day due to White House policies.
What this hearing shows is that, and I'm glad Americans are tuning in, because this is a hearing that kicked off two of the Republican witnesses. You're supposed to have the minority witnesses and the majority. Jim Jordan and Jim Banks were kicked off. Secondly, it does not highlight the real facts of what happened in that President Trump issued the orders for the National Guard to be released should Nancy Pelosi and the Sergeant of Arms of the House and Senate agree to it, and they didn't do it. They left the nation's capital open. They left the politicians who were there open for the things that happened. So it didn't have to happen, but it's a sham of a hearing. And I think Americans are getting a front row seat on what a sham it is.
Jurassic World Domination is the #1 movie in the country, earning an estimated $143.4 million over the weekend. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
off and rolling here on a Monday. So, of course, McDonald's made that announcement here shortly after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. They were ceasing operations in that country. I guess those restaurants are reopening, but the golden arches are gone. It might look and smell like McDonald's, but it's now Kushno and Tokta. The golden arch is gone. The filet of fish is simply a fish burger. The Big Mac is gone, right? No more Big Macs. A new era for Russia's fast food dawned this past day as the former McDonald's restaurants reopened their doors in Moscow under the new Russian ownership with the new name, which translates to tasty, and that's it. Okay. 30 years after the U.S. burger giant first opened in Moscow. And that was when things were calming between the East and the West. It's almost like we're back in a new Cold War era sort of scenario. Huh? And what's happening this Monday morning? Eagle is on board.
Okay. Yeah, Steve. Yeah, I'm down here in Arkansas right now, and it's pretty hot here in Arkansas too. It's really like walking into a sauna bath. When you walk out the door, it's like 95, almost 100 degrees, and with the humidity, it feels like over 100. Yeah. But it's better than Texas, where I left for a couple of days ago. In Texas, that's the reason why they're using so much electricity in Texas. Most of the major cities in Texas are all over 100 degrees. San Antonio, Dallas, and Houston. It is. So it's just, and then you got the humidity. So yeah, you got to have AC. So these idiots out there, these Democrats up there in Washington D.C. I wonder when the power grid shut down and the lights go out. I wonder how these people gonna charge up all of them. Or what we say, these electric cars that these idiots want you to buy. There's gonna be a lot of cars stopped on the road. There's gonna be a lot of cars parked. These so-called electric vehicles. So these people, it's just a disaster waiting to happen. But that ain't nothing new with this administration, Steve. We don't got used to it now. These last 2 years have been pure hell on the American people, and now it's starting to affect truck drivers, Steve. I had something happen to me. I thought it was a joke, but it's definitely a serious situation. And from what I'm understanding, it's being done on purpose. You talked about it a couple of weeks ago, the DEF fuel. In some stations on the East Coast, on 95, people are having hard times getting DEF fuel. And I had that problem a couple of days ago. And for these new drivers out there, these trucks will not run if you don't have no DEF fuel, it's going to cut the power to your motor, and it's going to eventually shut you down. What'd you say, Steve?
No, I'm listening. You're right. Yeah, you'll go into limp mode. What, 5 miles per hour? That's it?
Yeah. I had it happen to me 2 days ago. I couldn't get no DEF fuel because the truck stop I went to said that they said they didn't have no damn DEF. So I had to drive to another truck stop, and that was like 100, 200 miles away from where I was at. And the truck started shutting down on me. So I advise all the people out there, the new drivers, or even the people that's been doing it for a while, every time you stop to fuel up with diesel, you better put some DEF in your truck, whether you want half a tank or full tank, because you never know the next truck stop you come to might not have none. Because these idiots, Steve, they're screwing up everything, the Biden administration, and they don't realize that that the trucks have to run. Trucks are one of the most important things out there now to get this food and other things transported, and these guys are playing games. So I advise everybody to take this real serious because your truck will not run if without this DEF, and you may have to find out the hard way. And if you do have to get it towed or whatever, especially if you're an owner operator, it's big money to get truck tolls nowadays, Steve, of $500 to $1,000 that these losers charge you to tow your truck to a truck stop or wherever you got to go to get some depth. So it's serious out there right now. I've never seen it like this, Steve. People talking about we're gonna be in a recession in a couple of weeks. As far as I'm concerned, we're already in a recession because things are totally out of control right now. And Joe Biden is doing absolutely nothing. But the main reason he's not doing nothing is because they brung it on purpose. As far as I'm concerned, they trying to force American people, Steve, to buy these electric vehicles. I believe that these high gas prices were done on purpose because, like that lady last week when they asked her, well, what do you think about the high gas prices? All she can say, well, go out and buy you an $80,000 electric car. Hey, besides that, Steve, during the break after I hang out with you, I want you to explain to me, why does an electric vehicle cost more than a gas-powered vehicle? It makes absolutely. They don't have no motor. When you open up the hood, when you open up the front hood of these cars, there's no damn motor in there. Explain to me why a car has to cost $80,000 electric car. What'd you say?
All I can assume is it's the cost of manufacturing the battery, the battery component. That's the high dollar thing. That's don't they say it costs $10,000-$15,000 just to replace the battery?
Just to replace one battery costs that much money?
Yes, sir.
I didn't know the batteries cost that much on the damn Tesla because down here in Texas, Steve, they just built a brand new Tesla. Well, they building a brand new Tesla factory in Austin, Texas. They brand new one. It's pretty big facility, and the guy Elon Musk. He had the nerve, to say, last week that he believes that he was, I think he's supposed to be the richest man in the world, and he's talking about he having cuts and layoffs. He's telling people that that they can't work from home no more. He gave them an ultimatum. He said either you show up for work or you don't have a job no more. The people that didn't want to go back to work after this COVID scare and all that. So yeah, like I said, the electric vehicle, Steve, it's not going to work out. I don't care what nobody say. I'll buy me a motorcycle. I'll buy a motorcycle before I buy an electric vehicle. They got, it's a lot better option as far as I'm concerned. And I'll never be forced into doing something I don't want to do. As far as the trucks go, they trying to say they're going to make electric trucks and all that. It's not going to work, Steve. All these different modern day things that they trying to come up with, it's just not going to work. We have to stick with what we've been using for years, and that's the good old oil and the natural stuff that come out of the ground. This is what's been powering America for years and years and years. And we can't allow people like AOC and this other loser that used to be a vice president, I forgot what that loser's name is. We can't let these people continue to make with their agenda of trying to shut America down, because we have millions of jobs out there that people are losing. And, it's real bad. See, I heard on the radio the other day, before I hang out with you, it's kind of a joke. This guy here, he said that he has bills and he has a lot of bills and a lot of kids he got to take care of. And now you got people, Steve, that can't even afford fuel to go to their job. They got to work, but they ain't got enough money to put gasoline. Never ever heard in the history of heard of something like this, where a man can't even put enough, doesn't even have enough money to put gas in his car so he can get to work, so he can buy more of this high dollar gas. And that's a damn shame. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Yeah, here's the numbers as far as your Tesla battery. Typically, the most basic battery, replacement for Tesla, is somewhere $14,000. Now, for the Model S premium sedan, replacing a Tesla battery, between $13,000 and $20,000. Model 3 entry-level sedan and Model X premium SUV battery replacement, at least $13,000 and $14,000 respectively. And those numbers, if you have or haven't noticed, Yeah, those numbers have gone up pretty dramatically. Just a few years ago, Elon Musk made it sound like it'd probably be $5,000-$6,000. So I'm guessing inflation is impacting us like everything else. Now, Tesla claims that the Model S and Model X retain 90% capacity even after 200,000 miles. Third-party research supports that claim with 150,000-mile models at 90% and 200,000-mile cars maintaining 80% capacity. But given the average American drives about 14,000 miles a year, the average Tesla would take about 14 years to hit that 200,000-mile mark. Now, of course, for people like Always Moving or Philip, you're driving a whole lot more than the average Joe. Now, since most people keep their car for almost 12 years, not likely you're going to have to replace your battery in its entire lifetime. But then keep in mind, when it comes time to sell your vehicle, nobody's going to buy a 12-year-old Tesla unless you put a battery in it first. They're not going to buy it and then have to sink $15,000 in it. But it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506. 506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There you go, Eagle, asking the question, why does a damn electric car cost more than your regular internal combustion engine? Said the battery pack. A little further in the story, it says, back in 2019, Elon Musk said replacing battery modules only cost between $5,000 and $7,000. Now, I did not realize each Tesla model uses between 4 and 5 battery modules per vehicle, meaning a complete replacement is going to set you back between $20,000 and $35,000. With the most affordable Tesla, the Model 3, that comes in at right at 45 grand before rebates, the battery alone accounts for nearly half the cost of the vehicle. According to an invoice from Tesla, a complete 75 kilowatt hour battery replacement for a Model 3 cost more than $16,500. Battery prices vary depending on your vehicle model. Remanufactured packs will cost between $9,000 and $10,000. New batteries can cost up to $22,500. So if you're going to replace your damaged battery pack with a remanufactured one, the average cost would probably be $13,000 to $17,000, depending on the complexity of the work. If you opt for a completely new battery, you may be shelling out upwards of 25 grand. Okay. That's just money. Hey, good morning, Chris. What's happening?
Hi, Steve. I heard something else the other day. That you say you're not going to sell your old Tesla. It's worse than that. You got to pay a $5,000 disposal fee for that old battery because of the hazardous material. But and that was a good point that Eagle made. And Ford, that new hybrid Ford, is the Maverick. It's a tiny pickup truck. That's supposed to sell for $20,000. The hybrid's actually cheaper than the combustion engine, straight combustion engine. And you get both there. You get electric and gas. But I guess a small battery. I don't know if they've got the extended range battery or whatever. But I was going to say, I read an article about mass shootings the other day. And I think it was supposed to be the 10 worst mass shootings in the last 10 years. And most of them, are well publicized, but they total up the death toll on these 10 shootings to 351 people, which that's a lot of deaths for 10 shootings. But in 10 years, I was thinking, what's the murder rate? Like 30,000 a year?
Mm-hmm.
So in the same period of time, 300,000 people were murdered. And, everybody gets upset about, rightly so, the mass shootings. But, it seems, it's not a dent the problem, the real problem. But there was one in there that I had forgotten about. Remember that Florida shooting in the nightclub?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was a gay hater.
Yeah.
Some kind of a bug. Yeah. And that was another one that they did.
And I think Chris lost his cell. Sure enough, he did. All right. Well, hey, thanks for checking in this morning, Chris. Looking at 25 past the hour. I see it as this particular brand is saying, hey, we cannot get our raw materials. I just can't help but wonder if this may have a broader impact in the coming days. But the manufacturer of this country's most beloved, one of the most beloved condiments, has been forced to suspend production of their iconic spicy sauces until at least Labor Day, blaming on the worsening drought and rising temperatures. In a statement, Hai Phong Foods, the manufacturer of the famous Sriracha hot chili sauce, confirmed the shortage of its products. We're still trying to resolve this issue that's been caused by several spiraling events, including unexpected crop failure from the spring chili harvest. In a letter sent to customers back in mid-April, the company said they're facing a severe shortage of chili, so we have to limit the production of several of our popular sauces until after Labor Day. Right now, due to weather conditions affecting the quality of chili peppers, we're now facing a more severe shortage of chilies. Unfortunately, this is out of our control, and without this essential ingredient, we are unable to produce any of our products: chili garlic, sambal olek, and sriracha hot chili sauce. This is a California-based company, they say, that sources their chili peppers from various farms in California, New Mexico, and Mexico, all of which are being affected by rising temperatures and drought conditions. The drought that is gripping parts of the Southwest has been going on for the better part of 2 years now. And while the worst of the drought conditions has shifted over the past year, much of the Southwest is still abnormally dry. The worst of the drought across the Central Valley of California and in central and eastern New Mexico, where the drought is classified as exceptional. All right, so can't grow your chili peppers. Didn't they just have a chili festival out there in Heat Wave's neck of the woods here a few weeks ago? So I'm not a big buyer of the sriracha chili sauce, but I guess this particular brand is like the go-to sriracha sauce in this country. All right, head toward news break, bottom of the hour here. We've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Quick weather update. Yeah, we saw temperatures, high temperature records falling by the dozens over the weekend. Now, in the Southwest, those triple-digit highs were the norm late last week. Temperatures peaked on Friday and Saturday in a major way, apparently. Phoenix, Las Vegas, Austin, Texas. We saw 120-plus degrees in Death Valley, California. Phoenix, the heat was kicking going back to last Wednesday when you hit 110 for the first time this year. The weekend, the heat kept on rising, record-breaking proportions, shattering a daily record on Friday, topped out at 113. Saturday, the temperature one click higher at 114, tying the daily record that's been around for over 100 years there. Set in 1918. Your records continued to be broken in Phoenix yesterday when the temperature again hit 113. The city noted they're already averaging 4.1 degrees above normal for the month of June so far. North of Phoenix, you've got the hub of Las Vegas. Another daily record broke on Friday. Temperature hit 109 degrees. California's Death Valley, of course, famous for being one of the hot spots on the planet. Temperatures also climbed to record levels Friday and Saturday. Friday, the mercury rose to 123, beating the old daily record of 120 from 1994. Saturday, temperatures reached the highest daily maximum in over a century, with the 122-degree reading beating a daily record from 1921. They beat it by 1 degree. Now, although that's an impressive number, the all-time high in Death Valley still stands at a whopping 134 degrees. Palm Springs, California was hit hard with the heat Saturday as well when they hit 114. That tied the daily record set back in 1940. And each time we talk about tying these daily records. Say, what was going on in 1940 when they hit 114 degrees? Because they just tied that over the weekend. 1940. It was something going on with the internal combustion engine? No. I always like to point that out when they talk about these records. Last time we saw this kind of a temperature was 120 years ago. Well, what was going on 120 years ago? Was the climate maybe just possibly changing? Because that's what climates do. You warm up, you cool down, you go in cycles. We haven't seen temperatures like this in over 100 years. But 100 years ago, there were those temperatures. Back after this news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
Authorities arrested 31 members of the hate group Patriot Front near an Idaho Pride event Saturday. Coeur d'Alene Police Chief Lee White.
There was at least one smoke grenade. There was multiple shields. They were all wearing hats.
Senate negotiators announced a bipartisan framework Sunday on gun control. President Biden, in a statement, said it doesn't go far enough, but it's a start. 20 senators, including 10 Republicans, released a statement calling for passage. The proposal includes support for state crisis intervention orders, funding for school safety resources, an enhanced review process for buyers under the age of 21, and penalties for those that purchase guns for somebody else. The legislation also includes a red flag provision, with the government getting the ability to temporarily take guns away from people they say is a danger. Thanks for listening. We are USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission?
Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, coming up, Vic's got the breakdown. He just sent me a link. What's the headline? Breaking down the cost of an electric vehicle battery cell. Piece by piece. First, you got the cathode. That's the material that determines the capacity and the power of the battery. Typically composed of lithium and other battery metals, nickel, cobalt, manganese. The largest electric vehicle battery manufacturers are all headquartered in Asia. 80% of cell manufacturing occurs in China, no less. The anode is the negatively charged electrode, typically made of graphite. Separators prevent electric contact between the cathode and the anode. The electrolyte is the medium that transports the lithium ions from the cathode to the anode. Then you got the battery housings, cases that contain and protect the battery packs, usually made of steel or aluminum. Now, they say the price for making these things has come down as demand is going up. Since 2010, the average price of a lithium-ion battery pack has fallen from $1,200 per kilowatt hour to just $132 a kilowatt hour last year, 2021. Inside each battery pack are multiple interconnected modules made up of tens to hundreds of rechargeable lithium-ion cells. Collectively, these cells make up roughly 77% of the total cost of an average battery pack. Why are cathodes so expensive? That's the positively charged electrode of the battery. When a battery is discharged, both electrons and positively charged molecules flow from the anode to the cathode, which stores both until the battery's charged again. That means the cathodes effectively determine the performance range and thermal safety of a battery, and therefore of an electric vehicle itself, making them one of the most important components. Composed of various metals in refined forms, depending on the cell chemistry. Typically, it's lithium and nickel. There's various combinations. I get lithium, nickel, manganese, cobalt, lithium, nickel, cobalt, aluminum oxide. All these are in high demand, with automakers like Tesla rushing to secure supplies as electric vehicle sales charge ahead. The commodities in the cathode, along with those in other parts of the cell, account for roughly 40% of the overall cell costs. Okay. Yeah, but it's those rare earths, right? The lithium, the cobalt, the manganese. Yeah, mining those products. I guess that's the big kicker. And let me jump down to, go ahead, Vic. Thanks for sending me that. Interesting.
Yeah. And the other interesting part of that is the Union of Concerned Scientists, which is a liberal group, are fussing about the cost of mining all those products and the environmental damage that it is doing to mine those products. That they're actually protesting some lithium mines, and most of the cobalt comes from the Democratic Republic of Congo, which they're in a state of war right now, have been essentially forever. Because I remember there was a UN official called Dag Hammarskjöld. When the French pulled out of Vietnam, they controlled the Congo, and the general in charge of that went over there, and he, instead of fighting communists in Vietnam, he was fighting the communists in the Congo. And Dag Hammarskjöld at the United Nations was making progress, and rather mysteriously, I think it was 1960 or 1961, his plane crashed and killed him, and they appointed a former Nazi that nobody knew at the time, but the Russians did, as leader of the UN. I forgot his name, Kurt something or another. But anyway, anyhow. And then the communists started winning, just as a side note. But all those materials are being mined in, what shall I say, sensitive areas or volatile areas. And so I don't know exactly why people got off on this EV thing, but my personal feeling is that the oil industry and all the Hunts and all these other people that controlled the oil industry were very conservative, and they had plenty of money, and it was a continuing source. And this, to me, a lot of this is nothing more than a way to try to do away with that source of support for conservative movements. Maybe I'm all wrong, but that's just kind of the way I feel about it. I also feel that way about the gun manufacturers and the tobacco industry. All of those were, they're conservative type people, and the tobacco industry did have its problems, but people have been smoking and using it for years. So anyway, a little bit off topic there and kind of in the weeds, but back to this whole climate change thing, which supposedly is the reason that we're doing this. I think I sent you an article over the weekend there when I was looking up something else, but about the connection between the sun and its inner core as it rotates, and the Earth's inner core as it rotates, and the temperature of both. And there's a connection between, you were talking about how, 1900 or something, what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the core temperature of the sun fluctuates, and there's a connection between the core temperature of the sun and the core temperature of the Earth. And that also has a lot to do with the warming of the Earth, because you have the core and you have the inner mantle and the outer mantle, and that outer mantle, that's where it has a lot of the chemicals, a lot of the elements, I should say, like nickel and cobalt and manganese, that protects us from the solar winds. And oddly enough, as we mine these to make our electric vehicles, we could be removing the protection against solar winds. And then we can talk about some real climate change and some real heat, because it will essentially dry up the planet. So, I'm trying not to get too far into the weeds on this, but the short story is this: if we use fossil fuels, they are carbon based. The carbon cycle has long been established. So we can't mitigate the removal of key elements that determines our relationship to the sun, which is, the star that heats the Earth. So we're changing a well-known cycle for something that we really don't know for sure what we might be doing to our environment. And to illustrate the carbon cycle thing, back in the late 50s and up into the 60s, the Navy did a research by taking ocean water and taking the carbon dioxide out of it, and then through that process, there's a process known as the Fischer-Tropsch process, to where they can actually make gasoline with carbon dioxide or fossil fuel power. They can make a fossil fuel because they shorten the cycle that the Earth goes through to regenerate these fossil fuels. So, and the way that worked, when they took the carbon dioxide out of the ocean, oddly enough, as it goes into the air, people are talking about ocean acidification, which it does happen because the ocean is back in it, and it will actually pull carbon dioxide back out of the air. It's a recyclable process, and it really doesn't damage the Earth that much, but it really doesn't damage it at all. But the energy companies care for that process because they'd rather drill the oil and go to the ocean and all that, which you get a more energy dense product. But we have done so much research on a cycle. It's a well-established cycle, and it's something that it is renewable. Where a lot of the stuff they're claiming is renewable, they're really not renewable. They're less like back on your batteries. They're banking on a lot of the batteries to be recycled from batteries. And I don't know that much about the battery recycling process to get the lithium, the cobalt, and the iron, and the manganese, but it all takes energy. So on a net energy situation, practical itself, and then on a more practical level, you're going to have to be able to generate electricity for all these power stations. And so if something happens, you worry about like a refinery blowing up or hit the storms or whatever. I'm curious how they're going to make sure that this power grid, the way it is structured today, where you have one mega generating station, and then it goes out by wire to all these other places.
Uh-oh. And something happened to the cell there. My apologies. Vic, thank you for he's a wealth of knowledge, is he not? How does he retain all that? Meanwhile, we got to get a quick time out here. Right wing nut. Right after this on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. How was your weekend, right, Wingnut?
Yes. It's all right. Not really anything to write home about. Hey, this gun bill thing that they got going on. Damn cigars, I tell you, that vanilla pudding. I swear, he really ought to try that Nicaraguan blend. Excuse me. How many of them gun laws that we got on the books now? It's more than just one, right?
Yeah, there's hundreds.
Like,
hundreds of them, hundreds.
Well, the way they make this sound like gun laws are like maybe 5, 6, and well, why don't they try something novel, like enforcing the ones they got on the books? I'm sure there's something in there that got an end all beat all for all these nuts out here. Of course, they're not related to me. No. Oh, I tell you what, this whole war there that old vanilla pudding's got going on in
Ukraine.
Over yonder on the other side of the world, it's kind of gone vanilla, hasn't it? It don't seem like anyone's really interested in it anymore. First, it was the banana split of the news, and now it's just kind of vanilla. I mean, it's kind of like when we got bombed and went to Afghanistan. Everyone's spitting fire and farting atom bombs. And after about 6 weeks over there, everyone forgot we even had a war going on, and that was our longest time having a war.
And then 20 years later. And what was accomplished?
I guess we armed the Taliban to the teeth.
That's it.
Give them all their weapons. I tell you what, Steve, I'm not going to give up my guns to a government that gave guns to terrorist organizations. That's just a damn fool idea. You need to keep them out of the hands of the crazy people and give them to responsible gun owners like me. Well, hell, I better get going.
Anyone ever suggested that you might be one of the crazy ones, Wingnut?
No.
I had to ask, Well, right, Wingnut, we appreciate the update. We got to roll real quick here. The weekend's always too short. Steve checks in this morning. I actually got called into work Saturday, so it made my weekend even shorter. Good news is I was able to get the truck in the truck wash, so it's all shined up, ready to get filthy this week. Everybody enjoy their day, and we'll catch up again tomorrow. And Truck and Phil on board. Coffee up. Happy Monday, right? One more day till the full strawberry moon of June. Yes. Ready to depart for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Flip back to Fort Wayne. There you go. Truck and Phil. Semper Fi. Have a great day. And thank you for joining us here this Monday morning. That will close things out. Day one in the books. See you back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you can join us for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,